GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edges.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edges.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden.
Mienu, uni ugela na uni wai. Uni girl. Uye nkwa. Me worry. Me pe girl ama. Why? Na umpe. Usika semne. Usika seme ye. Ana uni umami na eda.
She currently is the woman of the moment because when we say trends, she's really trending. You know whom I'm talking about? Kokomu PhD. Yes, she takes her turn on everyday people on GhanaWeb TV, and we decide or we talk to her and ask her the reason why she decided to go for that term and the reason behind or her motivation for selling porridge. My name is Victoria Cheba. Let's have a conversation. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Let's go and talk to her.
Yeah, that's me.
So please, can we know your name?
Yeah, my name is Wasila Abdallah. Wasila Abdallah, but Waspi for short. Waspi for short. Yeah.
When I come to the area and I mention Waspi.
As Waspi, those who know me as Waspi, they know.
Okay.
Waspi for real.
Okay.
You know, I'm for real. Okay. Yeah, I'm me. I'm always me.
What makes you real?
Yeah, you know why I'm real? Right now, if anything just happened, I'll tell you my mind.
Okay.
And be free. I don't look otherwise, you know? You got what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay, so
That's,
you are really trending on social
I'm very trending.
Yes, and
Yeah.
the name I saw was Kokomu PhD.
PhD, that's
Tell
me.
us about that. How
Yeah,
did it happen?
that's why I told you, the guy who came and do the picture gave me that name. And I sat down and checked. Yeah, the name fits me. Because this Coco, he's my very customer, loyal customer. One of my loyal customer. That's the guy.
Okay.
So I do appreciate him. Yeah, he's your greeting, baby. Yeah.
Do you know his name?
Yeah. Celebrity stylist.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
I give him the respect
Right.
because he made it today. He made it possible for me today. You got what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So now let me know about you. How did you start?
This business is for my mom. She was doing it with her sisters. So at a point in time, they all got married. She has no one. So I had to come and assist her.
Okay, at what age?
At the age of 20, I started selling this cocoa at the age of 14, 15.
Wow, were you not
Yes,
in school?
I was in school.
Okay.
But okay, when I close, I come here.
JHS,
JSS and SHS, I do come here. So it's been a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, from 15 years, I started selling the
So
cocoa.
was it because there was no one there to sell the cocoa? That's why you decided to take over. It was something that you had an interest in.
No. I was doing my own business before I came here. So I was selling clothes. You know, we the Muslims, we do sell clothes, and I was traveling in Nigeria and in Togo. But I said, no, I'm stressing myself. Why shouldn't I sit here and do everything good to put some? So I brought this brown sugar, this cup, the milk, the bread for the business to grow well.
Okay.
So I brought that idea here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your mother and her siblings, were they not doing
No. They don't know anything.
How was theirs?
They were doing only cocoa, sugar, granules, and the kose.
Okay, the pink can.
The pink cars,
Okay.
yeah.
And
There
the
was no
shawarma.
packaging and everything.
Okay.
So I came and do that.
Okay.
The mind is broadened, man.
So what did you see before you decided to?
No, I sat down and think about business because I have 2 kids and sisters to check on. Because I'm business minded, that's me. When I sit down, I have to focus and do everything to gather. You understand? Yo, I'm coming, babies. I'm coming. Yo.
So who gave you this location? How did you find this place?
My mother was born in this house.
Okay.
This house, Officer Lee's house.
Okay.
Yes. My mother was born here. So my grandmother started the cocoa. Then times we have branches, but now we don't.
Why?
But I'm the one who's going to bring that branches now.
Right, okay.
Yes, I'm bringing the branches very soon.
So would you like to employ me when you bring the branches?
Of course I will. Because you bring more ideas to the business.
Yeah.
Yes. I do want people who will bring ideas to the business. Yeah.
So at what point did you get these the pinkers and
The pinkers. Oh, the pinkers and the shawarma was there like 5 years ago. Like 5 years ago. So he knows.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's been your customer for
He's been my customer for so many years, that guy. I really appreciate him. You'll meet him one day. Yeah.
So you said that shawarma terms, it came like
Oh, like 5 years. So I've been telling some of my customers. So the day he came, he said I should use my terms. Yes. So he himself, he was surprised how the video trend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice one. So how's the day-to-day business like?
Oh, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah always.
Well, that one means?
That one means I give thanks to Jah. All praise to him. Yeah, he made it possible. Without him, I'm no one. You understand? Yeah. So you see this?
So growing up, what exactly did you want to become? Like,
In terms of my business.
Nurse, doctor,
No. Me, I'd wanted to be a lawyer.
Okay.
Then times when I was in school. But it got to a time, I got pregnant when I was in SS3.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why I hold up this business. I gave my education to my sister and my kids. This is my sister. Okay. Yeah.
But why do you choose further when you...
No. The mind is here. The mind is here.
But you still could have pursued your...
No. I can't do that.
You can't do that?
No.
Why?
When I'm in there, I'll be thinking about the queens. Baby.
But you know people are still, having or studying some points and still selling at the same time.
Oh, that one there is true.
Yes.
It's true.
So you could have done that?
No, my mind is not there. I took the mind off there long time.
Okay.
I took the mind off there long time. The mind is on this. So I do powder. When you want powder, I do powder for exports.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The cocoa powder?
I do cocoa powder for exports and I do the dough too.
Okay.
When it comes to cocoa, I can do anything.
Okay.
Anything. Cocoa, anything I do. So when next you are coming, 3 cities. When next you are coming, I'll give you a sample of the powder. Because I have no powder at home because of the raining season.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you started at the age of 14?
14, 15, yeah.
Okay. So for how long have you been doing
Oh, I'm almost 40 years now. This year, December, I'll be 40. Yeah. And so it's almost 25 years ago. Yeah. 25 years ago.
So what specifically can you boast of that? Because I started selling this, I've been able to do this and that.
Oh, I've been able to take care of my sister through university. And my daughter and my son. Okay. And I've been taking care of one of my family. I'm mother of all.
Okay.
I have many kids that I take care of. And I do go to orphanage too. Every December. In a year, I go 2 times.
Okay.
Even the last visit was prisons. Yes. The last visit was prison. So what I'm gaining here, I'm not taking it alone. I take with many people. Yeah.
The relationship with your customers?
Yes.
Like?
Some customers are stubborn.
Stubborn in terms of?
Stubborn in terms of everything. Sister, they are very stubborn. Could you believe that 4 days ago, a lady came and bought kose. She sent someone to buy kose. She brought the kose back. Imagine, food.
Why?
Yes. You see, they are very stubborn. She said the lady she sent ate some of the kose. And it's not true. You understand?
Okay.
So the customers, they are very stubborn, very, very. So they will let people look you as you are bad.
Okay.
You say, me, I'm me. I told you, anytime I'm me, I will not be you. I'm me, Waspy for real. That's why I'm for real. Yeah, man.
Real.
3 cities. The customers, some of them are lovely. Some of them are stubborn. Yes. And you know what? Some people do look down on us. Okay. Even this morning, a certain lady, when it comes to everything, I'm more than her. But because I'm selling cocoa, she looks down on me. That's what most of them do. You understand?
So what would you want to tell those people who have been doing that?
No, I even today, the lady, I told her direct.
So tell those people too outside.
Oh,
tell
they shouldn't look down on me. Because this is what I do to take care of whoever I do take care of. And I have old men that I take care. And those who don't have husbands, a lot. I do a lot, but they just don't want to voice out. Because I'm doing it for me and God, not for public. Yes, so those who know me, they know me.
When you put it inside the rubber like this?
Like this is 3 cities, yes. My cocoa is very affordable.
Okay.
It's nice, nutritious, and affordable. Yeah.
So, okay, maybe that's why you want to. I wanted to ask what and what you've been mixing, putting together.
That's the secret of me, baby. That's the secret. Yeah. This secreting secrets.
They don't have to know.
No. They cannot know. It's inherited.
Yeah, sorry, you can't know.
I'm so sorry, baby. So sorry, baby. I have customers all over. Okanshin,
okay.
CMB. Yeah. That's why I want to have the branches. Okay. So I'm working on it. Right. Yeah, very soon. Yeah, very soon. Give it to me. That's inshallah. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. I give thanks, man. You can follow me on Kokomu PhD, on Snap, on TikTok, everywhere, every angle, that's the name. Kokomu PhD.
Kokomu PhD, it's a nice thing for me.
and I take it as a breakfast every morning. That's why I do come here all the time to come in.
Okay. So her personality, is it also a reason why you always come to Kukuruki?
Yeah, her personality is one of something I like so much, because the way she dresses, the way she handles the customers, and she made you to know that she's a boss on her own. Okay. You can't come and impose certain things of yours on her. No, that's the way I like about it.
So then
let me give you one painters.
Okay.
And then one coaster.
Okay.
But the coaster, we have different types.
Okay.
So I'm giving it the 3.
Okay. So
this is the agaos.
The agaos.
The agaos.
Agaos.
The pinkers.
The pinkers.
And the kose.
And the kose. The agaos, the pinkers, and the kose. Yeah, I didn't come here to play at all.
No.
I cannot lie. I really cannot lie. She's really a vibe. Like I said, if you want to find cocoa anywhere inside the Accra Central Market, specifically the SIC Mall, at Makola, that is where she's located. This is how we bring to an end today's episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Chebafo. See you on the next episode.
Things that we dream about when we're coming up. Say D Black, you're top 10 in Africa. D Black, you have the best hip hop song. Why should I care what
others are saying?
Not others. People who are not rapping. People who don't have a successful career in this field that we are in are saying, if I've been able to be successful at what I do that you say you don't like, I've been able to be successful at it and put food on the table for myself and my family, build businesses, be successful, win awards, perform all over the world from the age of 24 till now. If I've been able to do that with this rap that you say is not nice.
I struggle to find the right words to describe this particular guest of mine because he is a master of all fields. Yes, an entrepreneur, artist manager, and a giant within the showbiz industry. And oh, I also forgot to state that he is the enjoyment minister. Yes, I know you're gradually catching the clues, but let's take this quick breather. When we come back, we'll find out who my guest is for today's episode of Talk Attainment. You are watching GhanaWeb TV, and I am your host, Elsie Lama. We'll be right back. And we are on for this episode of Talk Attainment right here on GhanaWeb TV, and I have here with me the Enjoyment Minister.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Such an honor seeing you in person, and I've been seeing you afar. At events. So it's like the first one-on-one.
Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure is all mine. Okay, so on a lighter note, the enjoyment minister phrase, how does it come up?
So it's a bit of a long story, but when Castro's situation happened in 2015, 2016. I took a break from music because the most popular songs I had were Seho with him and then Personal Person with him as well. And I didn't feel comfortable going on stage to perform those songs when it wasn't like we had said Castro had passed away. They couldn't find his body, so we're still looking. And then I'm on stage performing the songs. I just felt like it was wrong. So I took a break from music. At that point, I went into the hospitality and events business. So I started my nightclub, I started an events company, And a lot of the stuff I was doing was enjoyment. You know, the nightclub, doing these festivals and Tropical Fiesta and Kundum Festival and stuff. It was a lot of partying and enjoyment. So my friends started saying, hey, enjoyment. So when I was coming back to the music, and I was recording my album in 2021, when I decided, okay, I'm coming back to music. After 6 years, I did a song with Stoneboy.
Yes.
And Kwame IMP. And I didn't have a title for the song
And then
yet.
you use Enjoyment.
So I said, you know what, I'll make the Enjoyment Minister the title of the song and use it as my new AKA to usher me back into the music industry. And
that's really, it went well.
Yeah,
That song is one of my favorites, actually. It did so well. So I've been watching your posts, especially on where do you get the energy to party all night long? Like, how?
If you're getting paid to party, you do the same thing. Because for a lot of people, it's not work.
Because Deep Black can party for 24 hours.
I actually can't. I earn my own rent. Back when I first started, I could do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But now I could do maybe Friday, Saturday, nah. Then I'll probably do Sunday sometimes. But I can't do 3 days anymore.
To see how
and then maybe Saturdays because I might have to perform somewhere, and then I got kids now. Sometimes you have to spend time with the kids and stuff like that. So I can't really do it as I used to when I was in my late 20s and mid 20s.
Okay, so have you thought of channeling this whole minister title into maybe delving into something, more official? Like,
political?
Okay, let me put it this way. What would you do different if you were the creative arts minister?
This is a big conversation. I can't.
Okay, 3 top things.
First thing is we don't have a royalty collection society that's accountable.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. So that would be shutting down Gamero, Kosga, Musica, and restructuring new body to take over the roles that they're supposed to play. Yeah. Because the Royalty Collection Society for musicians and producers in Ghana isn't doing what it's supposed to do. There's no accountability. So shut that down. Musica as well. Yeah. Probably shut it down and create a new union to run affairs. We've seen different presidents come and go, but nothing really we can speak about at the top of our voices and laud or clap and say, yes, this body has done this for musicians in the country. And also educating the music industry, especially executives, on trends and how music has changed and how dynamic and how you can treat it as a serious business. Yeah. A lot of artists have managers who are just people that they trust or childhood friends. I feel like a lot of learning and training has to go into that to make our music industry more viable. So 3 things. That's a lot, but you asked for 3, so.
Okay. And these 3 things are also like, top-notch stuff that you are hitting the core.
Yeah, a lot of artists, so our industry has a lot of talent, a lot of creative people, but a lot of people don't understand the business of the music and what goes on in the back. It's all about pay me now and teaching or training or imparting knowledge from people who are more experienced into the young music executives will go a long way to push our industry. And I know a few people who are doing it on their own, but if I was in that position, like you said, it's something that I'll probably put my back into making it happen, especially in Ghana.
Yeah. Speaking of artists and artist management, recently there have been conversations about artists and their fallouts with their managers and stuff like that. Let's play the devil's advocate here, because we've heard a lot from the artists saying, my manager did this, my manager did that. What do you think the managers are doing wrong? As a business executive, what do you think the managers are doing wrong?
I don't think anybody's perfect, and the music industry as we know it doesn't have a lot of people that the young ones can look up to and say, I learned this from this person, or I learned this from this artist manager. You know, everybody's learning, everybody's growing. People can't fault. I've heard countless stories myself. Artists, you know, I'm on both sides. You know, I'm a business executive in the music industry, and I'm also an artist. Yeah. And you can make mistakes on both fronts. You know, a lot of people also treat their careers like it's a personal thing. A lot of people need to understand that it's also business. Putting structures in place and having solid agreements. You know, when you sign a deal, when you guys are deciding, no matter how close you are, at this point in which the music industry is, I feel like having lawyers present is very important. But an artist who hasn't grown to a certain level might think it's a waste of money involving a lawyer to look at your contracts, to guide you on what to sign and what not to sign. These things also prevent certain things from happening. When lawyers are involved, it's not he say, she say, what's in the paperwork. Yeah. You know, and these are all mistakes that we make coming up. I've made those mistakes coming up. I know people made those mistakes. So it's a double-edged sword. Artists will make mistakes, management will make mistakes, but it's for the love of the music. We learn, we grow, and we try and do better for ourselves.
Yeah, sure. So do you think as they go on, the issue of familiarity and emotions also come in?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. On both sides, artists will get comfortable, managers will get comfortable, things will happen. But I feel like I said, we're all growing in this industry. Everyone will make mistakes. It's about learning and trying to do better and making the industry more lucrative in the long run.
Yeah. Still on management of artists, how is it different? How is managing a female artist different from managing a male artist in this male-dominated industry?
You know, I'm not an artist manager.
Yeah, business executive.
So I own a company, and then I decide that I want this person to take care of this artist for me. So in the case of somebody like Sefa, her manager is called Emmanuel. So Emmanuel worked for me at my events company, worked for me at the nightclub, and I decided take care of Sefa's career from this point. We're going to invest X amount, and then you take over. Sefa is not difficult at all. She's been a lovely experience, and she's, you know, females in the industry take longer to blossom and also get to the next level of their careers, you know, and it's been 6-7 years of seeing Sefa grow, and it's been smooth. I think I was very lucky and privileged to be able to work with her. A lot of people say managing female artists is difficult, but it hasn't been difficult with Sefa. Sometimes we clash on ideas and direction, but besides that, I think it's been a nice experience.
When I had a chance to speak to her, she told me about how initially when she started with you, people were speaking into your ears that she's not bringing in profits, you are not seeing anything coming from her, and that you should give up on her. Mm-hmm. Did you at any point in time feel the need to let her go?
Never. Well, you see, as much as you see me as a business executive, I invest in artists for the love of music also. And I believe in people regardless of whether they're bringing in money or not. I know it takes a while. I personally started making music at the age of 16, seriously. And I only started making money at the age of 24. It took me 8 years, so I never once said, let me let her go. What only thing I urge like investors or people who are in the same position as me to do is to have the passion and the love for the artist or the craft or music before you jump in, because if it's ultimately about money, you get frustrated.
Before Sefa came, and even after Sefa came, you've had other people on your label, and
Sefa came with 5 others.
Sefa came with 5 others. Okay,
Mhm.
so yes, that brings us to that. She came with other people, but we only get to hear of Sefa. Do you think the other people are not pulling their weight as they should? And as a business executive, do you have the experience where you've had to suffer losses with artists that have not given you value for your money?
You know, when I embarked on a journey of signing like these 6 artists, I knew that all 6 of them were not going to be a success story. This music industry takes not just talent, it takes resilience and it takes hard work, and you have to want it more for yourself than I want it for you. I can't get ready before you for your interview.
Yeah.
I can't remind you that you have an interview constantly. So a lot of people felt like maybe I was too hard on them. That was one. A lot of people felt like they could not wait, because I believe in paying your dues and growing. I have an artist that we're going to release called Paul Now, and he's been signed for 1.5 years. He is still going through artist development. I feel like people have to go through that, and some people were not ready to go through that. People felt like, look, this is my time, I've paid my dues, I gotta go now. But one of the people who was ready to grow and learn was Sefa. And I can't speak on what they've done with their careers since then, but once we decided we're gonna go with Sefa first, I can say it's been a successful period. You know.
All right. So on this note, let's take a quick breather. When we come back, we have more for you. You're still watching Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV. And we are back from that quick breather. If you just joined us, you're watching Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm still here with the Enjoyment Minister, D Black. Yeah. So before we went on break, we're talking about issues that has got to do with artist label and stuff like that. Now let's delve into business. As first, let me ask this: as an artist, business executive, and a businessman, how do you combine all that?
It's difficult. It's really difficult. This is a personal discovery. I realize that when you focus on these passions of yours, one will ultimately suffer. So when you see me not putting music out, it means my focus has been heavily on the hospitality business during that period. When you see me putting music out, it means I've relaxed on that front. When you see me not putting music out, I mean I'm focused on the new artists that we're working on. Or maybe we're doing a tour, we're doing a festival, you know. So for all of them to be successful, it's a lot of hard work. It takes time and it takes resilience to be able to find that balance. And also your personal life, you know, away from television and cameras and stuff, also needs to be in that equation as well. So it's not easy, it's very difficult. From the outside, a lot of people might look at it and say, he has a song on the radio, it's big, his club is doing well, but it's really, really, really difficult managing human beings from different walks of life who work. The number of people that work in the businesses that I run are about 102 plus, and it keeps growing. It's difficult taking care of all these people, and the cost of living in the country keeps rising. Salaries are not going up because goods and services are going up. It's difficult, you know, juggling all of this.
Yeah. So let's talk about nightlife. with your field of work and the kind of thing you do, I know you have traveled, you've seen nightlife in other countries as compared to Ghana. You know, when you talk about the economy, nightlife is one of the things that boosts the economy that I'm sure a lot of people don't even know about because they undermine it. Do you think Ghana or Accra, which is the capital city of Ghana, would be rated among the top 3 African countries with the most vibrant?
Yeah, I saw a chart that said top 10 nightlife destinations in the world. Accra was number 8. Nigeria was number 4 in the world. So that means Ghana, Accra is number 2 in Africa. And I saw this maybe about 2-3 weeks ago. It was all over social media. And not because I'm Ghanaian, I feel like yes it is, because I've traveled around and I've seen quite a bit, and only a couple countries nightlife scene can compare to Ghana or Accra's nightlife scene. Maybe Southern Africa, and yes, Nigeria.
The Nigerians say, "Ain't no party like a Lagos party."
No, it's Ghana, trust me. If I had to rate, I'll say Ghana number 1, South Africa 2, Nigeria 3.
Wow. What about Nairobi and Marrakesh and the other ones?
No, I've gone to Kenya.
Really?
No. They don't understand
Kenya,
it.
they're BSO. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Anyways, let me just leave it. I don't want to spark any country.
But you know, the Nigerians also contribute heavily to the Ghanaian nightlife scene. Are heavily. The Nigerians are heavy contributors to the scene.
I hear they are the heavy spenders.
Yeah.
The logos.
Very, very true.
The ballers.
Yeah. And there's a few Nigerian owners of establishments here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few clubs and lounges that are owned by Nigerians as well. So apart from just being customers, they're also investors. So big ups to Niger for sure.
What's the most challenging part of managing a nightclub business in Ghana?
Consistency. There's new places all the time. So how do you keep your place exciting enough for people to come every weekend? That's the most difficult part. What makes your place so exciting that we don't go to the other spots and keep coming to your place? And you know, when I first started off, I think this is year 9 for me. I started when I was in my late 28, 29. There were only a few nightclubs. So after 2 years, I did another one. But now they're like 100. So why your place? You can't be coming because of D Black all the time. You see me. You see me on TV. So why are you coming? What experience? So creating those experiences is the most important thing for me. And I think it's the most difficult thing to do because you have to tap into the right experience for your audience. Your audience has to appreciate the experience.
There's been a popular notion that, like you said, it's hard to stay consistent in Accra, like, you know, in terms of running. But there have been assertions that usually, I don't want to mention him, but there are some clubs in Accra that have been consistent for several years in running, such that people have carved the idea that they could be, you know, doing something fishy to keep their business active, maybe juju or something.
I've heard.
Does it happen?
I believe so.
Wow.
I strongly believe so. However, I don't think that these things last forever. You know, if you don't believe in God, God is the ultimate. Whatever smaller or lesser God you go to for powers to push your business, there will always be, you pay the price. You know, so it's not something that I'll encourage. I've never even thought twice about involving myself in that. I feel like if you believe in God and you pray to God and you work hard and you're passionate about what you do, you always see success. No shortcuts. Go the right way. And then you'll be able to establish yourself in this business. There's a lot of people that don't feel the same way I feel, that also want to go that route. We can't all believe in the same thing. But my belief is hard work, God, consistency, and passion. Just be passionate about what you do. I love what I do so much that I don't need to go to any, And, you know, it's also about how you portray yourself and how you carry yourself. You would sit here and think that my club is always full. It's not. It's not. I got slow days, slow weeks, but you'll never know. Yeah, and that's just the way business is.
It's a Brandon.
Yeah. There's days that people decide that, oh, well, let's go to this place instead. It happens. You can't have your place full. There's places in Accra and around the world that have just one day in the entire week that people go there. And there's places that have 2 days, places that have 3 days, and there's places that have 0. They're just on the brink of closing down. Because also in the economy, the situation of our economy right now does not allow you to spend on things that are essential. The most important thing to a citizen or somebody who's Ghanaian going through this phase that we're going in is your basic necessities, your food, your shelter, your clothing. And
then they spend the excess on.
Yeah, I mean, how many people have the luxury to spend on entertainment right now?
Yeah.
A bottle of champagne right now, the cheapest bottle of champagne you find in a nightclub now, if you get a table, is 2,000 cedis.
That's someone's salary.
Yeah, so 5 people are going to sit and contribute 400 each? A lot of people cannot spend on that anymore, especially because of the state of our economy. So,
do you think we are gradually drifting from the enclosed club space to lounges, to open lounge?
Yeah.
And is that the reason why you did Oasis?
No, so I just wanted both.
Okay.
At the time when I did Oasis is 6 years old. Oasis, I opened Oasis.
Just recently, feels like yesterday.
Yeah, 2019. Yeah, Oasis 2019, so it's 5 years old. The club is a little older. And I just did another one called La Maison.
Yeah, La Maison.
Yeah, it's a restaurant.
Restaurant.
Yeah. It also has both. It has indoor dining and has an outdoor space as well. I just like to have both, you know, so that you can give people different types of experiences. You see, I spoke about experiences a lot. Sometimes people want to go and sit by the pool and have a different experience, and sometimes people want to be in the club and jam. I just wanted to provide people with.
But how's the feeling? How different is it?
You have to come. I can't tell you. You have to come and feel it.
Okay, I've been wanting to ask you this question. A couple of people I've spoken to before, or went on the streets, say that your Onyx Club bouncers do not joke at all. They are really wild, such that like you've had complaints about people not being able to access your club because the bouncers are always on their neck and stuff like that.
I used to hear these things 4 years ago, but not anymore.
It's still there.
Because after COVID, a lot of things changed. You know, before COVID, you had to pay to go into a club. After COVID, that ended. And the crazy thing is, the reason why I started the label with all these artists was I told my accountant to dedicate every money that anybody pays to go into the club to finance the music, the artists on the label, so their videos, their promo. So in the beginning, everything that you saw that we were doing for the artists, from Sefa to whoever, was coming from people paying money to go into the clubs. That's what financed that. So my music financed the event company and the club. Then the club started making money. So we took money that the club was making and invested it into a record label, the artists. We took money from the club, invested it into another one, Oasis. Oasis made money, we invested it into La Maison. So anytime we invest, we take the money that we make, the profit we make, and invest it in something else. So after COVID, people stopped paying to go into nightclubs. First off, because there were restrictions, and you still, as a business, you still need to encourage people to come. So a lot of people started saying, we don't charge anymore. So we stopped charging. And a lot of people had to be lax with addressing the dress code.
Yes.
You know, so after COVID, we haven't been very heavy on what you wear and who you are. A lot of things had to change because people also started gravitating towards just wanting to be in the lounge and chilling. And then after that, can I go to the club? You can't say, what you're wearing, you can't go to the club because you want to provide the experience and the company also has to make money in those hard times we're going through at the time. So things became very chill. You know, it's still very high end, but it's very chill now.
You're in the same space or the same compound with Reggie. Does it affect each other?
No, so Reggie's the one who actually introduced me to get the property. And Reggie doesn't run a lounge anymore. He just sells food.
Oh.
So he works during the day and at night. I work only at night. I don't work during the day, and I work only 3 times a week. Reggie works every day. So it's not a lounge or a club. His place is not a lounge or a club where you go and dance and buy drinks. No, none of that.
So the after work now sells only food?
Yeah, there's no after work anymore.
There's no after work anymore. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, so let's move from nightclub to national issues.
Okay.
Why are you sighing?
Elections are
coming.
Don't worry.
So recently, I know Michael Blankson is your friend.
Yeah.
Is he still your friend though?
Very good friend of mine.
So we've heard his concerns on social media. In fact, when he started talking, you came to mind. I'm like, why is the black not talking some for him?
I talk a lot. I tweet about national issues a lot on my social media platforms, especially X, Twitter.
What do you make of his situation?
Let me just break something down for you. If your cousin came from America last year to Ghana with $50,000 and says, I want to invest in Ghana. I want to invest in stocks and bonds. And they say, okay, yeah, cool. You get 30% interest every year. If you do the math, last year, the dollar was at 11 cities. So that's 550. I saw this online and it made so much sense to me. You made 550,000, you get 550,000 Ghana cities. You give it to the bank. At the end of the year, you get your 30%. Let's do the math quickly. 50% of 550,000 is how much? 275, right? So 30% will be like 200K, right? So 200K added to the 550 as your interest that you made. How much is that? 750. So after the year is over, you go, the bank gives you your 750,000 today. Change it to dollars. You know how much you get? $46,000. That means your money that you brought from America, that you put in the bank and got 30% off. When you change it back to the dollar that you brought, you actually made a loss. So why would foreign people come and invest in Ghana at this point with foreign currency? I mean, there's no foreign investments. Michael Blackson came with dollars. First of all, he made a loss because look at where the dollar has gone. And then now they're saying you have to wait for 15 years. Ha. This is just an explanation that I made so that the regular person who's watching this can understand what Michael Blackson just wrote angrily, and you probably will not understand till you listen to what I just said. But how is that right? It's not. What do you have to say?
All I can say is, Hey.
You know, and then he came and invested some of the money that he brought in a house. He bought a house in East Legon and invested in a school. And said, oh, the money I'll be getting from this investment in stocks and bonds is what I'll use to finance the school for kids. The kids don't pay school fees, it's free. So now if you're telling him, now you can't access your money, even the interest safe, you're not getting it. And then the money that you put there, you can't even say, I'm taking it out. I mean, you can't even say that. How's the school going to run? The school that the government isn't doing. What the government is supposed to do hasn't been done. Somebody's come and done it. And now the money that he's going to use to finance for that project to continue going on. And those are lucky.
And the school is even running for free.
Yeah. But you have to pay teachers. You have to pay maintenance. You have to pay feeding. You have to pay a lot of stuff. So he decided, oh, I'll take the money from here and invest it in the school. But now he doesn't have access to that money anymore. And you're fine.
It's a sad destiny.
And this is not political talk. This is this is just being real about the situation.
This particular subject has made me, really emotional, but I have to go on with this. Anyways, let's move away from that and move to another sad topic, which is the current protest happening. We've seen and heard that some people are currently in the confines.
About 30-something people.
Yes.
Yeah.
The police station and all of that. They've been refused bail.
Have the police put out any statement?
Yeah, they put out initial statement, but not to the recent updates where they've been to court and then they've been they had to serve on remand for some 2 weeks. They haven't spoken on that yet.
I think it's a terrible situation. Last year, I showed up at one of the protests at 37. It was a Sunday, and there was thousands of people. This didn't happen, so I'm really surprised. We're in a country where freedom of speech, especially by the youth, should be free for everyone. I asked if the police had put out a statement because I really don't know the reason behind them being arrested. I've looked everywhere, I look on social media, and I don't see any particular reason why the police have arrested youth for demonstrating. And
actually, some of them said they were even bystanders. I'm waiting for a car.
I saw a pregnant woman and her husband who said they were just filming and then they got picked up. That's why I'm asking, have the police released a statement? Because, okay, we're listening to social media commentary. What exactly is the police saying?
So their argument is that because the protest became violent and then there were people burning party banners and stuff like that.
See,
so
politics always,
property.
Politics will always, I know there's people who are protesting, who are not protesting because of any party affiliations. But politics will always mar some of these things, You have 100 good nuts, and then you have 20 bad that will spoil the whole action. Take it to the extreme. But I feel like the police are supposed to protect us, not intimidate and distress us. So I really pray and hope the right thing is done.
At this point, I think it's even beyond the police, though.
Why?
Well, for the fact that they can't do anything about the situation. It could be orders from above or something, so you never know.
Politics is a dirty game. I don't think I want to be involved in politics.
You'll be a tourism minister now.
Which party?
Independent
candidate. I don't really like politics. I've had the opportunity to, but
it will fit you.
In the beginning of the interview, I spoke about always making sure that you're passionate about what you do. Politics is not a field that I'm passionate about. Okay. I feel like, when you campaign for a position, you give all sorts of promises. You know, sometimes you might have good intentions, but then when you're not able to fulfill those, you become a liar. And it's not to your family, it's not to your close friends, it's to people that you don't even know. You promised them that you would do this and you didn't execute. I never want to be in that position. That's why because sometimes it might be beyond your reach. You might say you do this and you do that and you do that. But everybody has a boss. And something has to happen for something to happen for you to get access to do those things that you promised. And if one of those steps are pulled out and that thing doesn't happen, you made the promise, not the person above you. So then you are the one that's being called a liar. Different reasons, for different reasons, some of these things might not happen. And you took responsibility for making sure this happened, and you disappointed the people. And I think I'm too young self to even put that wahala on my shoulders.
Like, what's the worst rumor you've heard about yourself?
The worst rumor. There's plenty.
The one that shook you to the core.
None has shook me to the core because I know what industry I'm in.
Okay, say two of them. Two of it.
You know, in showbiz, when you speak negativity, people will run with it. So if I say something now,
say it. We beg. We want to.
I don't want it to be the headline.
It won't be the headline. But there's one rumor I want to ask you.
Yeah, you can ask me.
So have you heard it? Have you ever heard? Okay, let me say it. Let me not mince words. I have heard, or it's actually a popular assertion, and this is about your rap. They say you don't know how to rap well.
Yeah, I've heard it so many times.
How does that make you feel?
So I'll answer it very
diplomatically.
So this is my 15th year of being in the music industry. When I first started making music, I was making hip-hop music. I was rapping in English. I was the first artist to win Hip-Hop Song of the Year in this country. There was no category like that. VGME had to create the category when I became a popular artist, because the music I was making was not hip life music, and there was no Afrobeats. So it was Hip Life Song of the Year, High Life Song of the Year. When I came on the scene,
you were doing Brofosem.
Yeah, I was rapping in purely English. I was nominated for the BET Awards, MTV Best Rapper, Hip Hop Song of the Year, the VGMAs. So, if award shows and television networks and bigger than life, things that we dream about when we're coming up, say D Black, you're top 10 in Africa, D Black, you have the best hip hop song. Why should I care what
others are saying?
Not others. People who are not rapping. People who don't have a successful career in this field that we are in are saying, if I've been able to be successful at what I do that you say you don't like, I've been able to be successful at it and put food on the table for myself and my family, build businesses, be successful, win awards, perform all over the world from the age of 24 till now. If I've been able to do that with this rap that you say is not nice. No?
I've been holding myself. They even added Payday to the list.
And I think Payday is an incredible rapper. If you say, and sometimes I look at some of the greatest people in the world in showbiz.
Yeah.
And I see them say similar stuff about them. So who am I? What didn't they say about Michael Jackson? What haven't they said about Jay-Z?
Kevin Hart, this one is not funny.
Yeah, I meet people, Kevin Hart is top 3 for me. I meet people and they say, how? Him. But that's the most successful comedian in the world. So I'm just saying this to tell you that in anything that you do, be passionate and do it from here. And God will bless you.
Amen.
The opinions of others. You know how many people told me, I went to university and I studied economics. My mother told me to go and work in a bank, to go and find a job and to do this. But other people said the same thing. Charlie, which kind of rap? English rap for Ghana here. You know, go be I beg. This is your 2x4 rap where you put the rap for here. The rappers, the American people, they said all of this. But when I look back on that 20-some-year-old boy that decided to do this, and I look at myself now, next year I'll be 38.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm 37 now. I'll be 38 next year. I'll clap for myself. You know, so the opinions of others doesn't really. And in this industry, without tough skin, you can't survive. Expect it. If people don't talk about you, you are nobody. That was the chorus of my first song.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah,
They
and it's
don't
still
talk
here.
about you when you ain't nobody.
Yep. So expect it.
Okay, so before we wrap up, quick one. What are the current projects that you're running with?
There's a singer that I want you guys to look out for. He's called Paul Noun. Follow him on social media. I think out of all the guys, like the males that I've signed, he's my favorite. Joey B was my favorite, but this guy's amazing. And he's currently going through artist development. His first song will drop in about 2 months. Amazing guy.
Okay.
I have a gospel song coming out too, with Joyce Blessing and Kwabna Kwabna. I released a song at my church, Action Chapel, in 2 months or so.
Oh, okay, you attend Action Chapel.
Yeah, and I have 2 albums done. One Afrobeats, very commercial, and then one back to the basics, hip-hop, rap as well.
Okay. Deep Black, I have a lot of questions, but
Go
my
on,
producer is on my neck.
We'll do part 2.
But before I go, I have another one last question to ask you. Deep Black, please, are you married?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
And I've never been married. When I came into the music industry, I was in a relationship. So I was in a relationship from when I was 22 to when I was almost 30. So I've been single for about 7, 8 years.
Oh, okay. So the lady you bought the range for,
That's
she's
the mother
of your children.
How do you know I bought the range for
Oh,
someone?
but it was all funny.
That's the mother of my kids, and she was, she's the most supportive person in my life.
Oh, okay.
You know, when I first started, she used to go studio with me. So, near my year, cool, no. I said,
Don't worry.
oh, we're friends now. Like we're very, very good friends, and we're co-parented very well. And
You live together?
no, we don't. We live about 10 minutes away from each other.
Damage.
Yeah. Yeah. So my kids live there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I live by myself. But yeah, that's like my.
Party.
Yeah.
Are you looking to get married anytime?
When I'm 40, I have 3 more years. I'm looking for a wife. Don't use this as your caption.
You are looking for a wife. I'm not sure you are. I just say you are spouse for choice.
At the right time, God will give me the right time.
Hey! Okay, any last words for your fans out there?
Look out for the new project. There's 2 albums, actually 2 EPs, and then look out for Paul Noun as well. Look out for the single with Joyce Blessing and Kwabna Kwabna. It's called Amazing Grace. Yeah.
That's a cliche.
Amazing Grace. You like the song?
Okay, I'm sure I will. We can't wait for it. Like the combination is crazy, you know. So yeah.
Gospel, high life, hip hop.
All in one.
Yeah, high life, Kwabna Kwabna, gospel, Joyce Blessing.
Yes. And you know, Kwabna Kwabna also does some bit of gospel motivational there as well. Okay, I don't want this interview to end, but unfortunately, it has to end. because my producer is on my leg. And yes, here's where we draw the curtains on this episode of Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV. It has been a great one. I hope you enjoy it too. We come your way another time. Until then, stay blessed. My name is Elsie Lama. Stay blessed and be out.
All right. That's a good one.
Yep.
Hey! If it's not you, bye. You not allow me.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
You know the saying that goes like your health is your wealth. So we are going to put your health in focus. Welcome to Health Focus with me, Stella Jejomsogli. Today we are going to talk about a very important subject, a condition that every human being is liable to get at any point in their lives, whether children, young people, old people, everybody can get diabetes. Yes. To help with the discussion today is Farm Mariam Apreku. She is a pharmacist. Hello, Mariam.
Hello.
Thank you very much for joining us on Health
It's a pleasure.
Focus. So we are talking about diabetes. What is the opposite of diabetes?
Okay, so when we talk about diabetes, we typically mean that there is too much sugar in your blood. That's the layman's point of view. So the opposite is too little sugar in your blood. But then we also know that what we want to achieve as health professionals is having a normal level of sugar in your blood.
Okay, that brings me to my next question. What is a normal level of sugar in your body?
Okay, so when we have something called your fasting blood glucose, that is the amount of sugar you have in your blood when you've not had any meal for at least 12 hours. So you should have it, depending on the meter that you are using to check your sugar level, you should be between 3.5 and 6.5. But some meters might vary, but it should not be too much. It could be maybe 3 to 7, but mostly you find them between 3.5 to 7.5 millimole.
Okay.
Something of that sort.
Okay, so now that we are talking about figures, what figures show that you have diabetes?
Okay, so what we should not deny the fact that sometimes something might happen to your body. So today, let's say you don't feel great, you walk into the pharmacy, you walk into the hospital, and you check your blood sugar level. And you've not eaten the whole morning.
Okay.
Or maybe it's even noon, but you've not eaten. And you go and you check and your sugar level is around 10.
Okay.
Okay. So that means I gave you the values already. We are 3.5 to 6.5. But on a normal day, you've not eaten, you've taken only water. Water is not part. And you go and you are somewhere at 12 or 10. You will think that my blood sugar is high. Do I have diabetes? Technically, that is not enough for us to diagnose you as a diabetic.
Okay.
At that particular moment, your sugar is high. But we do not rely on just one sugar reading to determine that someone is diabetic. Something might have happened, some medications you were taking, anything could make your sugar go high. So if you are going to be diagnosed as a diabetic, what should happen is that a doctor would have to do that for you, to tell you straight. So someone should not come to your house, go by in the neighborhood and be checking blood sugar levels and be diagnosing people as diabetics.
Okay, so on a day that I go to the hospital and I find out that, okay, my sugar levels are above the normal range, what does it mean?
As I said, it could be just because of stress on the body. That can happen.
So I can become fine, like the
it
levels
can even resolve on its own the next day.
Okay.
But as I said, there the doctor will look at other things, risk factors.
Okay.
The doctor will look at your age. Are you even pregnant? Have you had these issues before? Then the doctor would want to be taking regular checks. And sometimes they will take you through a series of tests. Probably will give you sugar to see how your body will process that sugar. And after some time, take another test to see your sugar level. That will give them an idea whether the sugar that you took in, your body was able to process it. That will give them an idea whether you have diabetes or not. So it's quite technical. So I would want to let people know that you don't go somewhere and they give you a figure today and diagnose you as a diabetic. Things would have to happen to be sure you are truly diabetic before that can happen.
Okay, so like I said in my introduction, it looks like diabetes can affect anybody at all. So let's look at the types of diabetes we have and the kinds of people that get which type.
Yeah, so contrary to people thinking that diabetes is the disease for the old, not at all.
Okay.
We basically have 3 types of diabetes. The type 1 diabetes that normally you find in younger people, in fact people of all ages, because that one is somehow a defect in the person that is causing the person's sugar to always be on the high side. So that's the first one, that's the type 1. The type 2 is the one that we all know of, that we always hear of, that our uncles or our grandmas have it. That is the type 2 diabetes, which is also diabetes mellitus. So that one, yeah, it can happen at any age per se, but depends. But usually we find it in older people probably above 40, even in the 35s. But from what we are seeing of late, it's creeping into the younger generation. Yes. And we also have the third one, which is called gestational diabetes, diabetes in pregnant women. Yes. So what happens is that because a woman is pregnant, things happen in their body. And a lot of things happen in a pregnant woman's body. There's a lot of pressure on the tummy. and the place which really handles the organ that handles your insulin production. So you go back to that place and I'll give you the basics there.
Okay.
A pregnant woman has a lot of pressure on the abdomen, and the abdominal area is responsible. There is an organ there that is responsible to regularize your sugar. And because there is a lot of pressure, there's something will happen to the body, and the pregnant woman will develop diabetes. Sadly, sometimes after having a baby, some women do not go back to their original non-diabetic state, and they get stuck there. This could be due to a whole lot of things. So that's also another type. So when you think about diabetes, I would want you to think about two things. You think about glucose and you think about insulin.
Okay.
So that's what you should think. What does insulin do? What the insulin will do is that when I eat maybe a biscuit, that biscuit that I eat will turn into sugar, and it will go into my blood, and then the blood will move through my body, and other parts of my tissues will pick it to use as energy.
Okay.
But how will that sugar that is in my blood get into my tissues? Insulin is like the fuel. Insulin is what is going to help the other parts of your body pick that sugar from your blood. So if you have a problem with your insulin, that means the sugar stays in your blood. It's not able to be picked up into your body to be used as energy. So it just sits in your blood and becomes poisonous, because you just have sugar sitting in your blood and damaging things, but not getting to where they need to be taken to be used as fuel. So that's really that. So just sugar sitting in your blood, and your body cannot use it.
Okay, so there's this thing about when you get diabetes or when you're diagnosed, it's sort of like a life sentence. There's no way you can come out of it, especially for type 1. That you mentioned that as a defect with your insulin. How true is that, and what are some of the... So we are talking about type 1 currently.
Okay.
Because that's what people say is sort of like, a life sentence. Because for the other ones, I've heard testimonies of people who say they've been healed of their diabetes through management and dieting and all of that. So let's talk about type 1.
Okay, so when you talk about real diabetes, I'm going to say real diabetes, not to undermine the third one. The type 1 and type 2 really has no cure.
Okay.
We should get that straight. But the issue is we have people in a pre-diabetic stage. I'm talking about the type 2. So before they get into the real diabetic stage, sometimes you can use a lifestyle changes and it will resolve. But let's go to the type 1. When someone is born with a defect, which the person cannot even produce this insulin I'm talking about. And this is the insulin that is responsible for picking up the sugar from your blood and using it as fuel. So if you can't produce it, definitely, automatically you become a diabetic. And you cannot go into the person's genetic system and change anything there. So that's how come it becomes chronic. So in this situation, we manage it. And the goal here is to make sure that you are keeping your sugar at an acceptable level.
Okay.
Make sure your sugar is always at an acceptable level.
Where acceptable means?
Acceptable means 3.5 to 6.5, sorry. So 3.5 to 6.5. And sometimes you can even jump to 7. The doctor will be saying, oh, no problem, we can manage this. This is not a big deal. But the moment you jump into you move from the 7s and go into the 8s, 9s, and 10s, then we have to move back and say you are not managing your diabetes well. Because someone might be on medication, but it's always recording values when the person is in the fasting mode, that has not eaten in the morning or even the whole day, and it's still recording at 8. That is not acceptable. For the longest time, if your blood sugar level is always around 8, 9, 10, in your fasting mode, that means the time will come, damage is going to be done to your body. So, as I said, type 1 is not incurable. You can only manage it. And the goal is to make sure that your blood sugar level is at an acceptable range. That is the 3.5 to 6.5. It's a range. And you can fall in between any of them. And it's not like you can jump easily from 3 to 4. So it's kind of a little bit wide, a little bit.
Okay, so let's talk about type 2.
Yeah, so with the type 2, yes. Okay, so if I have a 40-year-old man coming to the hospital or the pharmacy, first, a man. Men are more prone to diabetes. That's one risk factor. Okay. Second, the age is not helping, because this is the reality of life. As you are growing, your body grows weak. the organs in your body grow weak. And these are the organs that control how our body works. So by the time you are 40, excuse me to say, your body starts dying. Okay, so things start degenerating. So that's how come always age is a risk factor for everyone, for any kind of disease. So if a 40-year-old man comes in, already he has ticked 2 risk factors. And this man is obese, has a pot belly. That's also another risk factor. So if this man comes, the first thing the doctor will seek to do is not to just give the person medications. And the doctor also look at the level at which the sugar is always falling. Is it falling somewhere around the 8? That is not too bad. With lifestyle modification, you can push this man back into the normal range. Okay. So sometimes when you go, they give you 2 weeks. And if it's at a bad stage, they'll give you medication first to normalize it. And they try with lifestyle modification. But the true fact is, most patients do not accept lifestyle modifications easily. First, especially if the person cannot afford a certain lifestyle change, it will not happen. Someone has lived on kenke for most of his life, and you tell the person to stop eating kenke. Probably that's what the person can afford. You're telling the person to go and buy brown rice, which is quite expensive. It won't work. You tell the person to cut carbohydrates, but this person is obese, has been living on carbohydrates for so long. Unless the patient accepts that I have this issue, I need to change. It might be uncomfortable for me. It might even be expensive for me. But to make sure my life is preserved, I'm going to change my life. Sometimes lifestyle medications do not help. They do not, patients do not comply with it because it's difficult. And if you or someone goes to the hospital one day and they give them a bunch of medications to start taking every day, it's not easy on the patients. Yeah. Sometimes they are in denial. They refuse to take it. And some will tell you, I'm going to do herbal medication. Not say herbal medications are the problem, but as you are taking your herbal medications, are you even checking whether your sugar is decreasing? They don't do that. They live in denial, take herbs, and the next thing they come back in a coma.
Right. At the mention of herbs, let's take this break. When we come back, we'll talk about lifestyle and diet modifications and things that we can do to all stay in shape. Let's take this short break. We'll be right back. We'll be back shortly with Farm Mariam, but before that, let's take a short video of a diabetic who has been dealing with this condition for some time. She tells us how she has been coping so far.
So in 2020, I think in January, I had migraine that lasted for days. So until I'm admitted, the migraine won't go. So as part of the research, one time I went to the hospital and I suggested to them that I think I've tried every method or every medicine that needs to be tested, but I still have a migraine. So I told the doctor that I would want to check my sugar, and I wanted to be sure if my sugar levels were okay. So when I did the first test, the doctor told me that, hey, you are too young, but I think you have high sugar. So go home for 2 weeks, train, eat well, and come back. So I think I didn't go back to the hospital because I was fine. Then I think later in May, I had the same symptoms of this long migraine that wouldn't stop. So I went to the hospital again and I told them that I think I want to check my sugars again. Then when they checked my sugar in the morning, it was very high. And the doctor suggested that I have diabetes. I think initially when I heard it, I was depressed because it meant that I would be on some medication for the rest of my life. So initially they gave me some medication called metformin. I had reactions to it, so I lived in self-denial. So I didn't take the medication, but my condition was worsening. And I went back to the hospital and told them that, see, I accept I'm diabetic now, and I think I don't want the metformin because I react to it. And it is taken, I think, 3 times a day. Then later they actually asked what I was doing and if I could afford a better medication, which was Galvus Med. At the time, government was 200 cedis. So I took it twice a day. It was better because it was a tablet each. So I wasn't scared of the situation. And I read a lot about it, and I noticed that if I live a healthy life and I exercise, I'll be better. And I did that, and I was gradually getting better. Interestingly, at the time I was battling with this, my mother was also battling with a similar condition. So I suggested to her that she should also go for a diabetic checkup. And unfortunately, when she went, she was diagnosed of type 2 diabetes, and I am type 1 diabetic. It means that my pancreas is failing to produce insulin that will break down my sugar. So we were both on the Galvos meds, and it was 200 cedis each. So whilst I buy for her because I am basically the breadwinner of the family. That was in 2020. But because I'm a type 1 diabetic, they added an insulin. With the insulin, it means that I have to inject before every meal. But I went to a hospital and told them that I didn't like the fact that I had to take an insulin all the time before I eat. So they recommended a 24-hour insulin. So I use it every 24 hours. And it was 150 at the time. Fast forward in 2023, the Galvos meds I bought for 200 cedis is now 720, and I buy 2 every month. So in a month I buy 7,714, 22. So I buy 1,240 cedis tablets, and the insulin I bought for 120 is now 480, and it lasts for 3 weeks. So every 3 weeks I buy medication about 2,000. Yeah, more than 2,000, because there are days I buy my test kits, which was 150 and is now 340. So in a month I spend like close to 3,000 for my medication. But with my situation, I have an insurance that covers just one of the medications. So if you remove the 720, it means I spend like 2,300 on medication every month. It hasn't been easy because aside everything, there are days I feel I'm deprived of certain things, like eating certain meals. There are certain things I can't do. I am not supposed to do heavy sports. I'm not supposed to eat after certain times. I'm supposed to eat healthy, and healthy food are quite expensive in Ghana. So for instance, if buying rice like this is not healthy for diabetics, but instead of buying rice, I would choose to eat plantain. But there are times I really crave for these things, and in my attempt to, let's say, go against my diet and I eat anything, I end up falling sick. And for my own sake, I try to live healthy. It hasn't been easy because there are times I'm depressed. Sometimes even when you eat the right meals, you wake up and your sugars are high. Then you just don't know what to do. But the worst of all is the pricing of these medications. I don't know. I think government should subsidize these medications, especially for people with diabetes, because it's hard. Imagine working and earning a salary less than 2,000, and you provide medication for yourself and your mother, and they use the dollar because most of the medication, I think every medication I am on is imported. So during the lockdown it was worse because people did not shop these medications. So during the lockdown I had to buy more, and the prices were a bit higher.
Welcome back. This is Health Focus. So we've been talking about diabetes, and I'm back with Farm Mariam. Before we went on that break, we were talking about herbal medicines and how people don't keep track of their sugars and the lifestyle modifications that they are given. But before someone will get diabetes, what are some of the things that can lead to it? So let's talk about causes?
Okay, so causes of diabetes. One thing, like I said, we talked about the age factor. One thing we can also not ignore is the fact that it can have a hereditary component to it.
Okay.
Type 1 or type 2. Because if you have someone in your family, your immediate family, especially your father, your mom, your grandmother, or even your sister having diabetes, sometimes the doctors, those are the first questions they have. If you have a genetic predisposition, that can, it's a risk factor. So that means you should be careful. Probability that means there is a gene in your family, that runs in your family, that makes you prone to get diabetes.
Okay.
So you have to be careful. But one of the main causes you cannot also ignore is obesity. Okay, so when someone is obese, that means their weight to their height ratio is quite high. But you ask me, there are people with a lot of weight sometimes who do not have diabetes. Because we have healthy weight and we have unhealthy weight. So if you are not eating well, remember whatever you put in your body, that's the building blocks of your body. And that's the same thing that's going to build every tissue or single organ in your body. So if your building blocks are not good, that means it will not work the way you expect it to work. It's like using fake spare parts in your car. It's not going to run for long. So if you are not taking care of yourself in terms of eating well and eating healthy, eating good food. So someone will be eating junk and putting on weight, but someone might eat whole food, good whole food with probably their family, they might be big, but they might be healthy. So yes, but we should also not ignore the fact that the mere fact that sometimes you have a big belly can cause you to have insulin issues. So that can also cause diabetes. So yeah, you might have a little bit of weight, but is it healthy weight? Do you have a lot of weight in your midsection? That is very important. So that's also one of the, so sometimes you don't per se causes, but these are the risk factors.
Okay.
Things that, because someone might live all the years of their life to the 80s and might not contract diabetes, but the person might even have a little bit of weight. Because ideally, if everything is working perfectly in your body, you are not supposed to have diabetes. But when something goes wrong, you are not producing enough insulin. Even you are not even producing at all. And even sometimes some people produce it, but their body do not respond to it. What is causing that? That's the issue. So if everything works perfectly, why not? But as we grow, it becomes a problem.
Well, before the official conversation we're having right now, we're having an unofficial one, and you were making the point that sometimes diabetes is not detected early, and it is only detected when the person presents with crisis or something happens. So all the times that the person had not presented with any symptoms or whatever and has not gone to the hospital to be diagnosed, what are some of the things that someone can know or immediately identify about themselves to know that, okay, I should go check?
Okay, so one classical symptoms of diabetes is something that we call polyphagia. That is, you have a very big appetite. You drink lots of water. You pee a lot. That's one of the earlier symptoms. Because what is happening that you are eating, the fuel is in your body, but your body cannot use it. So your brain is telling you that I'm hungry, I'm hungry. So you keep eating, you keep eating. And you drink lots of water and you pee a lot. So it's just a whole mechanism that your body is not working the way it's supposed to. Because if I eat, my body is supposed to tell me, oh, you are full because I have enough fuel.
It's okay.
No. But the sugar sits in your system, sits in your blood, doesn't go and do its work. And your brain thinks that your body is still hungry, so you still eat. So you are eating, but you are still hungry. That's one of the main things. And as it goes, some people might think this is not a big deal. Some people really have a lifestyle that their mind might not come to that point a lot. But it gets to a point where damage starts happening to your body.
Okay.
So someone can have a high sugar level for as long as 2-3 years and you don't see anything. Then one day the person feels a little bit dizzy. The person will start losing weight now. Or the person feels some tingling on the hands or the legs. Or the person feels some heat on the legs. Then sometimes some people don't see well anymore. Their vision starts diminishing. What is now happening is that you are having nerve damage. Because when there is so much sugar in your blood, it starts damaging your nerves. And remember, all these things that I'm mentioning, your eyes, your legs, they are very sensitive nerves, and there are nerve endings there. So when they start getting damaged, that's when you realize that there is something wrong with me. Now I'm saying, if I'm sitting there, she fine,
yes,
are sitting there, treaty, something of that sort, and they will come. They are worried. Oh, I'm having numbness. I'm having numbness. And I have this, so it seems not to go away.
Okay.
That's when, and sometimes they will have no sort of crisis, but these simple symptoms. And now they will go and the doctor will take tests and they will realize it. But some people are not so lucky. These symptoms might not pop up. One day they are just there, they feel dizzy and they just collapse. You take them to the hospital and their sugar level is so high. Because what has happened is that the body has starved, the brain has starved, and the body will just shut down because the body cannot take any fuel. It's not getting any fuel, so you just collapse. And that's what happens. So that is when it becomes a crisis. Yeah. So when some people see the earlier onset, that is the too much eating, they don't really care much for it.
Okay.
They don't.
How much is too much eating?
Yeah, because you know how you are eating. Okay, so this is how it is.
And
Trust
even water.
You
because
know.
We've been told that you have to drink 8.
Okay. Yeah, so if you are taking 8 liters of water and you are peeing almost every hour, that's normal.
That's normal.
Yes, that's quite normal. Yeah. But then again, me, for instance, I'm someone who doesn't take lots of water. I always have to remind myself to take water. So I wake up in the morning, of course, maybe I visit the toilet, I pee. I've not even taken water till 12 o'clock and I've already peed 4 times. That draws your attention. I've not even drank water and my body is always draining itself of water. So because there is so much sugar in your blood that it's drawing water from your own system into the blood by osmosis. This is the science people know, so it just draws it into it and you pee a lot. So that's the mechanism there. So you trust me, you will know unless you don't pay attention to your body. Everyone is supposed to pay attention to your body. If one day you are warm, you should know you are warm. If one day you wake up tired, you should know you are tired. If you know you are sick, you wake up, you have a sick feeling.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't have a temperature, sometimes you don't have any headache, but you have a feeling of sickness. But the issue is people, especially young people of today, they don't take care of themselves. Even when they are sick, they pretend they are not sick. They get up, pick their bag, and pretend it's not happening, and go hustle.
The road running.
Yes, but in the end, remember, if you have nobody to work with, if you don't have this body working with you, you have nothing, trust me.
Now that we've established that, can we talk about the medications that you can use to manage? Because you said it's not curable.
Yes, for the type 1, like I said, it's not curable. This is a situation where sometimes someone is not producing insulin. So in this situation, you have to have artificial insulin injected into your body every time to make sure your sugar levels are perfect. Yes. So that one is there. And I don't want us to be so technical on the type 1 because usually we call it insulin dependent diabetes anyway, because that one is a matter of insulin. But when you come to the type 2, the diabetes type 2, the mellitus, you realize that it's not always dependent on insulin. Sometimes the person is not even producing enough. Sometimes the person is producing, but the body is not responding. And sometimes it's just that there is so much pressure on the pancreas. Remember, the pancreas is the organ that produces insulin. If there is an issue with the pancreas, insulin production will be affected. So yes, sometimes we give them medication. And some of these medications, as soon as there is too much sugar in your blood, it will take it off. Sometimes even prevents the sugar from being produced and put in your blood so that your body can take its time and fix itself. So in this situation, people who have diabetes, they know their medication, and sometimes you wouldn't want to say it on a platform like this because the next moment they go to the pharmacy and they start buying them.
For it.
But you have to be very careful with your diabetic medication because if you are not taking it well, you have a situation where you go to the opposite of diabetes, that is the hypoglycemia. And when you are hypoglycemic, your brain can shut down. That one is dangerous, more dangerous than even having high. Because when it's at a high level, you can manage to bring it down. But when you are so hypoglycemic, you are not taking your medication well, and you are not. Some people take their medication and not eat, and it will put their body in a low glycemic level, and their body will shut down, and they might never wake up. So those are the things. So with the medications, those who have diabetes, they know. But what you would have to ask your doctor is, maybe, do I need to take this before I eat? Some are taking before you eat, because it has to be in your body waiting for the sugar to come to handle it. Or some you have to take it after you've eaten. And some of them, you can't combine it with other medications. These are the little things you should ask your doctor. And we realize that some people go to the hospitals and they can't speak to their doctors. I don't know whether they are shy or they get intimidated with the doctor thing. But you really need
sometimes
to ask.
some doctors are very hostile and
mean. When you go into a normal facilities with one doctor sitting there with 100 patients behind him, it's kind of stressful.
But I don't know that you are stressed. I've come with
so
a peculiar
the good thing
issue.
is, when the doctor, you are giving your medications, go see the pharmacist. You have community pharmacies. Go into the pharmacist, talk to your pharmacist.
Dragnet is also there.
Exactly.
You
just call them. I have this medication. What are the side effects? Because sometimes if you tell a patient the side effects of their medications beforehand, before they take it, and they are aware, they know what to expect. But some people, when you give them anti-diabetic medications, let me give you an example. Like a 40-year-old man, like I said, will take his diabetes medication home, takes it and realize that his libido goes down. His sexual appetite goes down. He's not having a strong erection like he used to. He will stop taking the medications. He will dump them.
But it will still have an effect on him, right? Because
in the long run, it will.
Diabetes has an effect on sexual drive.
Of course. But sometimes the medication, especially some of the hypertensive medications, will also give that additional effect. And they dump their medications. They don't want to even deal with it. So sometimes if you let them know, maybe if you take this might happen, but it's just for like a few days, a few months, it will resolve. So just stick to it. If they know beforehand, if not, they are not comfortable with it, they will have to come back so that you change it for them. There are hundreds of anti-diabetic medications.
Okay, so I know that you mentioned something about sex drive. Just to digress a bit. If as a normal person your sex drive in a moment or in a split second, like in a few days, in a month's time, you realize your libido has gone down, should you be alarmed that I may be having a sugar problem? But over time,
if it's an overtime thing, you would want to find out. I wouldn't go straight to blaming diabetes. Sometimes what happens is that before diabetes will actually affect your sex drive, then it has already started damaging your nerves. That's the issue. So some men will come for a regular checkup and their sugar is high. And you give them normal diabetes medication, it's going to affect their sex drive. And that's where the issue pops up.
Okay, so when you are diabetic, you are taking diabetes medicines, what sort of medications or things are you supposed to avoid entirely?
Okay, so there is one myth that you avoid sugar when you are diabetic. That is not entirely true. Because the idea is, if you take sugar, you are diabetic and you take sugar, it's a no-no. Not entirely true. Not to say that you should go and take sugar. But what I'm trying to tell you that if you eat rice, it turns into sugar in the end. So if you're avoiding sugar and you're eating lots of yams and lots of rice, white rice, you are still ending up at that diabetic stage. So diabetes is not equal to sugar. Typical to say white sugar or sugary drinks. No, it's not about that. The idea is to cut off carbohydrates sometimes to a lower level so that you will not have too much sugar in your blood. Because remember, most of these carbohydrates turn into sugar as the end product in your blood. So the thing is, avoid sugar when you are diabetic, of course, but there are other things you can avoid, like white rice, like yams, like flour. Flour is one of the culprits. Bread, anything with flour, the cakes and the chips, yes, those are the culprits there. So it's not always about the sugar.
But as young people, those are the things we like.
Like I said, if you are young, your body is great. If you are young, your body is great.
Chicken wraps.
Oh God. they fine. Your body is great at
Ice
that point.
cream and all of that.
Yeah, you can process it all and you put it, but what amount are you taking these things?
Okay.
Because the moment you are taking this every day, you are taking wraps every day. Well, sometimes you say we've wrapped them in lettuce, but come on, the wrapping itself is full of carbs. And if you are taking so much bread, and if you are taking so much pizza every day, then at a point in time, these are the building blocks of your 40-year-old body. Know that what you are eating in 20 is going to be your 60-year-old body. Think about that.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about final one, exercise.
Yes. So exercise is an issue. Okay. We have to be very, how many times do you see people actually walking around exercising? Nowadays, I see a lot of older people doing it, which is great. The young people go into the gyms. But how many people can afford a gym membership? I don't think my mom has ever exercised before, because my mom, I don't think so. She works hard, she does her work. So it's kind of a good form of exercise. But a point will come where your exercise becomes a stress. So don't tell me because you sell by the roadside, you are having a lot of exercise. Maybe you're exercising your body a lot. But at a point, if it becomes, you are doing it all day, it doesn't become exercise no more. It becomes stress. And that can actually cause your body to break down. Diabetes can follow. So the exercises should be very, very deliberate. You have to know, you have to tone your body, you tone your core. Make sure that you are not piling fat in the midsection. That's the main idea here. Piling fat, that's the issue. So if you are exercising, the idea is to make sure that your body is like in action all the time. You are not living a sedentary lifestyle where you are sitting in the office all day, go in the morning, sit there all day, and the night to pick up your bag, go home and sleep. Your body is not fit then. You have to have some form of exercise. So it should be very, very deliberate.
Thank you very much, Fam Mariam, for doing today's conversation with us. My name is Stella Jejom Sugli, and this has been Health Focus. See you again some other time.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session.
Yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Today on the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, we're taking a tour to the Afram Plains constituency. But currently, I'm at Kwewu South, that is Adders, so where we join the pontoon. That's the pontoon behind me. You can see it loading the cars for us to cross to the other side. So by the time we cross, we'll be getting to Afram, that is Afram Plains South. But this time around, we're concentrating on Afram Plains North. We'll be speaking to the Member of Parliament for the NDC in charge of the Afram Plains North in the person of Betty Crosby. We'll be interacting with her constituency. We want to see some of her achievements and her 8 years in office, what she's been able to do for her community. Join me as we board this pontoon. It's my first time actually. First time in Kwewu South, first time going to join a pontoon, first time crossing over to Afram Plains. I promise you, it's going to be an exciting journey. Let's go. Have you ever boarded a pontoon before? It's quite an experience. We are currently on board, traveling from Adoso to Ache Amamfrom in Afram Plains South. The crossing took us 30 minutes. As you can see, there are about 15 cars on this pontoon, which is the only means of transport to cross the lake to the other side. This is the London site for the pontoon. We'll all be getting down here to continue our journey to Afram Plains North. This is Ache Amamfrom, a community in the Afram Plains South. As you can see, the cars are moving. We've just arrived at Ache Amamfrom and are continuing our journey to Afram Plains North. The drive on this deplorable road has been challenging. We finally arrived at Donkokrom in Afram Plains North. Now, let's speak to some residents to learn about the challenges they face.
Nani aye fema chese eha ye pa ye kwan. Me gidi se wa wo fa so yi. Won say wa bre. Aha ye kwan ni die no kware. Enye nti opin for fa so kra ni nyin etimi sei. Nti ahwe se nkombe ye kwan na maye. E na me yesim tres tore bia eniama no wo krafi nkoko aka kwan ni nti na niama ne boa edin. Desi align ni 6 cedi obi se ne boa edin. Nti ode ade ne beba na egu ho. On person obepam mpo oni ska ode bepam. Nti anu ye challenge kase maye. E na afi nso no aha ye ntade. Ade to enni ha sisi. I to say by rest say yen Afram principal ye to by ba ko 20 cedis. Anka first Afram place 20 cedis no benya by 5 6. Sisi aha say niam asesa wa. Aha isa kwan na enye nti en microphone person mo de niam ebeba. Menya hu ade kase bia wa ye chance nanso mate se nanzen no ochiche nkonwa ma schools omunni nkonwa omunni destiny ade na ochiche ma ochiche sa nkonwa ne ma ana bi wo nso akuafo timi bo Wellington boots ne nsekan se ye hu nsakraye foforo se ne awasha asi se oto abibi so ekona ne mu dia obetimi asan transfer.
Our road is not in a good shape. In fact, you can't use saloon car on the road from Eche to Agodeke. You either use motorbike, V8, or Land Cruiser pickup. But with saloon car, no. Because before you go and return back to Umprice or Nkoko or wherever you are coming from, you have to send your car to mechanics for maintenance. Okay. Either your shocks will spoil or your air condition will not be working again because it has passed, it's beyond a pothole. It's now manhole. So, in fact, we are playing with the government. So I believe that when she is voted into power, she can do best. And when NDC comes to power, she can do very well. Because there has been cheap compounds around. You go to Abutan, so there's a cheap compound. When you go to the islands, I think Adofo, he's putting up a cheap compound over there. You go to... In fact, she was even the person who lobbied the E-Block to Mim Chemfre. So honestly, for her, she's doing well. From opposition, I think she's doing well. If the people will be so appreciative, she should retain it, or they should retain her. Okay. Because working from opposition is not easy.
Afram Plains as a whole need a main challenge because I have farming community. She say I'm market and the crowd could or because only found a far product no how won't mean could drew. The boy acquires will be on a car memory. In the a high agent pa in this and the crank a mobile and Tamanka your markets. The whole don't cook room from here to Nsuon an island phone in our barbets. Nipaka grabbing a no market, or because of bar products and otta won't mean fanco. In the farm and so ye a normal nase or man betra. Obiuna aka in the bias number all because of the road. Yeah, Hansen there. Me area there. Ajuma me MP ye bridge be a boo or boy my DC money na ba in Riani chucha gu money at the anemwa. That was me found last year no. But we no free money there, me dear. Dear me man who we no free money there. Me mean saying who be a wire or don't go room to a demra Ecusia Manqua road no. Me who be a wire or
So the tour still continues, and this time around I find myself in a hairdressing salon here at Donko Chrome, and I have the madam here. Me pacho problems being pan a wo Donko Chrome ha.
Yo, me pacho problem ni di kan ye kwan. Madam ye kwan nye kra. Yes remo. Sambadu ma ye kwan ya mayen a ye ho beto yen. Ye ho beto ye pa na ye to so mienu. Wo hwe ye nso ye deda ho nso deda rano ha. Ye fuo pa. But e kwan ni nti mi mfa bi nko ba bia. Nti ye besre se na ejuma nso nka emra ha na youth ni nya binye. Ejuma ni ha nti youth no e okada nko ano mo ye wa ha. Ene ade nti ye besre mo. Sa ban ti ye nka Afram Plains e mobo asa de ye nka Ghana kra ho. No kreni na ye kwan ni na ye ade challenges e ha ye pa. Oh, obi si kwan so sesi aso oye kwan na ma ye dia ye beto ama no me ya megina we me si this ye me nto aba because me hu ade papa me to me ni dia me te ai e bia ne kwan ya ye kan sister sa wo ya rekra na so ko hospital e dia si kwati bia wonyem kura obeduru na nyinsen na sei enti nie ombe ya ma am motivate me ya me de beto aba no odo mo fa ayinsi kwan so mo start aye kwan ye beto aba.
Aha na kwese island ye wonsuo mfini but most of the times ye pantu na eche ana agodeke etimi sei it is at least one betumi aye bridge o dey say ye kwan ne kwa no nye kwa na obetumi aye bridge kwa to so ni so ana say pantu no ekita 2 engines but ye say ba akopɛ ene de kɔ at times o kwa etimi sei esi nsuo ni so nti so betumi asesa pantu no ana say ombe bridge aman a ke no so Ebeboa pa. Me, I've made up my mind say abane de mekramento because ya to abasa ye hu me ye wo me okrom ha aha na matena aha na maware aha na mawo bibia okrom ha said ye tie no sa na tie ye hu improvement bia e na me started to aba no there is no one day no one single day amen ko to abada de bia meto until this year there ma making me mind say me hu improvement bia previous years na mato no until me to aba bi.
Just 8 years ago, I can see things are going normal. But this year, from let's say 6 years ago, everything is difficult. Everything is expensive here, and we are suffering for work. We are not getting work for here. It's 4 years now. We are not doing our road for us. So, and there's no work in their farm place. If you get a work, unless you go and buy a motorbike, it's not a work. The police are like, they are forcing us to go and do our lances and kind of things, so we are suffering.
I don't see any kind of development or any changes in it. NDC scheme 8 years after, we see nothing. They were promising, documented a lot of things they will be doing. We are not seeing anything. NPP too came almost 8 years now. We don't know what is good. Are we voting or we are not part of the voters? We don't know. So me, I will say it's better go our farm place North District. We should stop election or politician aspect so that we'll be free. And we should look for our own job and we know that we are depending on that job. That will be better for us. Okay.
Honorable, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
8 years in Parliament.
I know.
How has the journey been so far?
So far, so good, I must say. And let me use this opportunity to welcome you to my beautiful city.
Afram Plains.
Afram Plains, North. This is a region on its own.
Yeah.
A lovely place, lovely people, good, great food, a lot of opportunities, resources that all in the end needs to be enhanced and established. So yes, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Indeed, my first time in Parliament was in 2017. I won the 2016 elections to represent my people with the vision and the objective of bringing development to the people of Afram Plains. Of course, I'm sure you have taken the opportunity and the pain to go around, and I am certain you have observed the deplorable nature of, I'll call them the basic infrastructure within the district. If you look at our road network, the lack of teachers, the lack of educational infrastructure, the lack of health facility, and the likes in the district, you come to realize that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So I would say so far so good. We have been able to extend some sort of support and assistance to the people, not forgetting the fact that we have been able to project for the attention of the general public and the government, for them to appreciate the challenges and the needs of the constituency. I think for me, that is my take home.
Okay.
Because as a member of parliament, there's little to nothing I can do. But the focus has been to project and to let government and other stakeholders appreciate the challenges, the needs, and the possible interventions that we can all do to promote development within the district.
Okay. Yeah. So why politics and why Afram Plains North?
Yes.
Why not South? Why not East? Why not Accra?
Why not Accra?
Yes.
Yes. To be honest with you, Afram Plains is my home.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
Afram Plains is my home. I was born and bred exactly in Donkokrom
here.
Okay. My mother, the late Madam Grace Crosby Mensah, and my father, this is where they met.
Okay, sure.
And my father happens to be the first MP for the Afram Plains North. He actually came, settled here, and worked here and he met my
on the
mother.
On the ticket of
He
the
actually,
NDC
yes,
or MPP?
On the ticket of the NDC.
Then let me just say, you've taken over your father. You've taken over from him.
Sometimes I wouldn't totally agree with you. I think that I am on a journey of my own, but to some extent I would say that probably as a daughter to a politician, I am inspired by what he did. I am inspired. I'm inspired. Yes. So yes, that is how come I decided to contest. Being a native of this district, seeing the lack of development within the district, I felt that as a very forceful woman who sees development as the bedrock of every society, felt that I could also add my voice to attract the needed attention to the district. And basically that is why I decided to contest. And the people supporting and believing in my vision decided to vote for me.
I can see you are preparing to go to the island, but I want to find out what has been your greatest achievement ever since you decided to represent the people of Afram Plains North.
Sincerely, I wouldn't want to boast of much because there's a lot that needs to be done.
Okay.
If you look at the various challenges, as I earlier on stated, there's a lot to be done. But in the meantime, I must say that I have been able to draw the needed attention. Okay. Previously, we've had the experience of NGOs coming here under the pretense of rescuing children on the lake and taking our children to places that we have no knowledge of. I have been able to stand firm for the general public to know that yes, in as much as we might have some challenges pertaining to issues of trafficking, that is not an absolute situation. I believe sincerely that if communities are developed, if the needed infrastructure, the basic amenities are served to those communities, such issues will be a thing of the past. And so those are some of the things I will call my greatest achievements. Okay. In fact, being able to sensitize the people on their basic rights, being able to encourage them to make demands of and hold governments accountable. It's something that I pride myself in. But not forgetting the fact that I've also been able to extend some support in terms of bringing quality health care to their doorsteps. Indeed, we have one major health facility, which is the Donkokron Presby Hospital, that serves over 1,000 communities. Okay. I say 1,000 communities because it serves both the Afram Plains North, which hosts 575 communities, and the Afram Plains South, which also have over 300 communities. And so altogether, this one Presby Hospital is serving this number of population. I felt that it was woefully inadequate. So in my capacity as the Member of Parliament, I have been able to complete 3 CHIP compounds. Okay. We have completed one on the Dwarf Island, that is Adamupe, to be precise. We have completed one at Fasbato, which is not too far from Afram Plains South. We have completed one at Abotanso and handed all these various health centers to the Ghana Health Service. Okay. And I'm proud to say that they are currently filled with Ghana Health Service staff and they are providing health services to the community. So I think that it is an area I pride myself in. Okay. Another area, of course, the challenges are many. Yeah. Out of the 575 communities, we have less than 80 communities that are established with basic schools. And so it means we have almost 400 plus communities with no schools. And so the vision is to bring some level of education closer to the doorsteps of the people. So from 2017, we started the operation building pavilions for these communities. Okay. And recruiting community teachers.
All the 500 communities?
Not all. We were able to start with 21 pavilions in different communities and recruiting community teachers to support those schools. However, I would say that it wasn't sustainable because being as an MP with limited resources, it became very difficult to be able to pay the teachers for their services. And so we have written letters to the Ghana Education Service. And if you follow my page, you realize that there are a number of times I have called on the Minister for Education to at least, if for nothing, post teachers to our various communities. We have a teacher deficit. Out of the 80 communities, we have more than 513 teacher deficits. So yes, education is absolutely a challenge, and I believe that when the human resource is developed, that is the beginning of development in general.
Honorable, your constituency is large.
Very
Unfortunately, it's all across the lake, like, because you mentioned the Dwarf Island.
That's true.
One island to the other. That's all of them included. All of them make up the 575 communities. How do you bring development to all of these people? Because right now, I know you are going to the Dwarf Island. You've parked your trucks to go visit each and every one of them and their communities. How do you ensure development reaches all?
Patricia, I would say that is how come I appreciate the likes of you showing interest and coming here so that you can highlight the many challenges, because I'm just an individual. Like I said, I continue to throw lights on the challenges, the needs, the plights of the people. So it's up to benevolent organizations, citizens of this country, governments, institutions to do their part, and then the rest of us will continue to give our support. The little that I can do as a member of parliament is what I'm doing, building pavilions, building health centers. Currently, I'm supporting them with agriculture, farming inputs. I'm supporting communities with plastic chairs. I'm giving them learning materials such as exercise books, reading books. And, you know, the few that I can, within my means, extend to them. But I would say that it's absolutely not enough to really move the people from their current situation to a better situation. Of course, we want to build a better community. We want to build a better society. And so if you leave it in the hands of one person, then of course we cannot achieve much. But I would say that whilst we are doing this, I am very certain that both governments and individuals who are interested in really seeing to the well-being of our country will also extend.
Before I let you go, we joined the pontoon to Ache Amamfrom, and I realized that the 105-kilometer road is in a deplorable state. Your people said you promised them that you're going to make sure that that road is fixed, but unfortunately they're not seeing anything. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, Patricia, that's a very interesting question. And coming from you as a media person, I'm sure you know the roles and responsibilities of members of parliament. But I would say that in the year 2016, the NDC tailored the Afram Plains North. Exactly, I think on the page 56 of the NDC manifesto, that the Afram Plains road from Echiamam to Agodake was going to be constructed. And as a candidate on the ticket of the NDC, that was my message. Believing very much that once the NDC is elected into office, then it's something that was doable, or we could all work hand in hand to ensure that the roads were constructed. Unfortunately, the NDC lost power in 2016, giving a chance to the MPP administration to come to government. Indeed, I continued my bidding, persistence, advocacy, calling on the minister, and finally, a loan to the tune of 350 million euros was approved for the construction of a bridge on the Afram River and extension of roads to nearby communities. It was later on the minister came out and said that the funding was not coming and that the complementary budget, which was about $92 million that was received, was being extended to construct the Jeso Konongo bypass. Of course, we spoke about it. As a member of parliament, that is all I can do. It is up to the executive arm of government to execute. And so if the executive arm of government feels that the Afram Plains is not their priority, there's little or nothing.
But before the main thing was they were supposed to bring that here to construct the road, and
if
they
you check
diverted
the
it.
archives or the Hansard Department of Parliament from 2021, these were some of the arrangements and bills. It was an Exim Bank, African Exim Bank loan that we actually had an agreement approved, and till date, this is the situation. that we are faced with. I would say that, yes, out of the 575 communities, I have over 222 on the island. So it's not just the Dwarf Island. The Dwarf Island hosts a total of 118 communities.
Okay.
And we have the Duja Island. The Duja Island also hosts a total of 86 communities. And so, and we have other communities that are also on the lake, but they have been classified as inland because the place is being zoned into 3. Afram Plains in totality is a 1/3 of the eastern region. So you just cast your mind back. If currently we have a total of 33 constituencies in the eastern region, and 1/3 is Afram Plains, then that gives you an idea of how huge the place is, with majority of the population being settled on the land, on the islands and on the lake. And so basically I think that government in general is not doing their best. I don't even think that, because my first time in Parliament, what I did was to highlight the situation of Afram Plains and other riverine communities, and yet nothing was done about it. So I sincerely think that government as an institution is not even aware of the situation of Afram Plains. So we will continue to push, we'll continue to speak about it.
To make sure your voice is heard in
Parliament,
Parliament, to represent
and
your
make sure
people.
that exactly we represent our people to the best of our abilities.
Finally, before I let you go, do you believe your people retain you come in these upcoming elections?
I wouldn't want to say I'm overly confident, because sincerely I believe I have served my people. If you have the opportunity to meet with like-minded people, my regional executives, they will tell you that within the eastern region we have a total of 8 MPs on the ticket of the NDC.
Okay.
And they will attest to the fact that I am their best MP in terms of my ability to deliver. Again, because of the nature of the constituency, everybody is looking at the road and the road network. But believe me or not, I don't know how many MPs have been able to build 3 chip compounds within a period of, say, 7 years. I don't know how many MPs have been able to build 21 pavilions. And as I'm talking to you, we have 3 classroom units that is under construction. One is at the, we have roofed it. We are yet to do the doors and the floor. But we have also started additional 2 in Avukope and Salepe that we are believing that at least we have molded the blocks. Before the year comes to an end, we should start building those classrooms. So yes, in terms of representation, I think that I have done my part. I have given my best. My mandate has been served to the best of my abilities. And so surely I am sure my people they have the confidence in me to deliver. And most importantly, when the NDC is back in power, which I'm sure in 2025 the NDC is coming, most of our challenges will be addressed. And so of course they can't afford to lose Betty Crosby Mensah.
Thank you, Honorable Crosby Mensah. It's been an honor sitting with you. And I wish you all the best in the upcoming election. It's still the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, and we're continuing our tour in Afram Plains North. Honorable Betty Crosby Mensah's constituency. This is an NDC stronghold. But today we are at Abotan, so it's part of her constituency. And this is one of the many chips compound that she has built. And we'll be going in there to speak to the doctor. I can see the place is empty. I don't know what's happening. There are not many patients there today. Almost empty. So let's go inside to speak to the doctor in charge. Let me know if this chip compound is really helping the indigents here. Let's go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Bye.
My name is Patricia. Please, what's your name?
I'm Emmanuel Akwa.
Dr. Emmanuel Akwa.
Yes,
oh, okay. Okay. So this is Abotanse, right?
Yes, please.
And this chip compound was built by Honorable.
Honorable.
Yes. How long has it been here?
We've been here for about 5 years now.
5 years?
Yes,
Oh, okay. I can see lots of folders here.
Yeah.
So meaning apart from the major hospital, that's the Presby Hospital, this is the second one that helps the people here.
Yes, please.
So how many people do you see in a day?
About 10 people.
10 people in a day?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, okay. And the nurses, or you're the same person, you're in charge here, you do everything?
There are a lot of nurses here. We are about 5 nurses.
5 nurses, okay.
Yeah, we have 1 midwife.
Okay.
And then 2 enrolled nurses.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them on leave. The midwife is also on maternity leave. So I'm the only one left taking in charge on their behalf. We conduct emergency delivery. We have been taught how to conduct emergency delivery. So I will do my best. If in case it beyonds me, then I refer the person to local Presby Hospital.
Okay.
We will call for the ambulance or any. If the person can sit on a motor tricycle, we call for it and then we transport the person to the hospital. At times, most of the clients here, some of them, they have serious BP cases. At times, they will come here and then their BP will shoot to, let's say, 200, and then the systolic will be 200 plus and diastolic 100 plus, and then they will be almost convulsing. So we have to transport them to Donko Krom. I will look out for the one who is doing the massive work.
Okay, okay.
Yes. And then I will look at it that when I vote, I won't waste my vote.
Yeah.
I'll vote for the one who is bringing impact to our area. GM has been a president before, and he has done a lot for Ghana and then so many constituencies. So looking at what he did in the past, we also believe that he can do more than what he did. So he can be an option.
He can be an option,
yes,
but you don't think he'll be the main? What of Baumia?
Baumia, all are good, but you know, when it comes to certain key things like this, we know whom we vote. We've heard that he has built not only this chips compound, he has built about 3 of them at places that I've heard of it, but I haven't been there. But my colleagues who are working there are telling me that it was through her that chips compound came into existence.
Okay. So we just spoke to the doctor at the chips compound at Abutanso, but I have another resident here. Afram Plains North says here, and I say Abutanso Hano. Problem titru ben pa ne wo ha. Obesanka like penyifu hu anase wen pini hu no ye hu adwuma.
Okay, Abutanso de nka problem we wo ha ne se bia light asem. Because
ahamuni lights.
Omuni ye ni light.
Hey.
Ye ni light, but na MP so obeye light no.
Okay.
Ba ya no mo ba ye no. So almost say MP ye de ana chese.
Me pacho. Wa no mo ne ya.
Me pacho MPP fuo.
Eba
ye no.
Okay.
Omo kire se MP ye light ne de ana chese omo ba ye no mo ambe ye omo adwuma. Enti MP de nkrofo bi free Accra ba ye be check I have say light problem ye de e wa ha sente say MP ye de force MP force ya but MPP for am pene say honorable MP enye de enye light na chese o ya o meka say omomre so na wa ye light no no omo asisi no kura but wo hwe say omo connect wires ne adenti still ogusu gina ne nanso a wo pese o ye light na de ye ma Abutanso fu.
It's still a rainy day here. It has been hectic driving all the way from Donko Krom to Agala-Copper through the woods and thick forests with no building in sight on a deplorable road. It's very serious. We are at, as I said, Agala-Copper, and this is what Honorable Betty is building. There's a 3-classroom block. This used to be their classroom, also in a deplorable state, but she came to the aid of her people to build this, which is still under construction. according to her, she will be done shortly for the people in Agala-Copper to start. They wouldn't have to travel all the way from here to Donkokrom. This will be their main classroom. It's still a rainy day, and the show is still the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV.
Donado, Ntako.
Tako. Oh, okay.
Ntako.
Ntako. Oh, okay. Mroku, enkenye amuyaka fudam na mi vivien le Agala-Copper.
Miola, school. School melemi. Bien school meli. Madabala woni mi akama te wun menu.
Okay.
Mi ga kpela wuye be miola monya. Mo le mienti.
Yeah.
Mo ha mi ba denyeju. Azon corner my school yo kana support teachers you mal suko rigin alo kwa jira skola alo no school me amola womo kama mola woni mutas de yo no va teachers you mal school ali mo school mal school ne de yo dana be de yo ha bo school yi mal no.
Oh, okay.
Nyambe mama na dujini.
Nke jofi, nke jo mama ho wona mi.
Nyoni mio. Me tugwabe ame le pelentila. Nabe te zole mieji legie.
Okay.
Nabe ngami dibe hana ni yene yi.
Okay. Okay. MP Glomele.
MP
no, okay.
Parliament.
Yo, merci. Mr. Ntako is letting us know that some of the challenges they are facing here at Agala-Copper is the building. They want the 3-block building, school building that Honorable Betty has begun. They want it completed so that their children can also attend school. They want teachers here. They want their clinic so that they can also access medical care, as well as the deplorable state of the road. They want it fixed immediately. He believes JM is coming back to power, and I asked why. He says it's because of JM that Betty has been able to locate them to even come and build this for them. So they want JM to continue, as well as bringing much attention to the road for it to be fixed. It's still the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, and today we end our tour in the Afram Plains North Constituency, a stronghold of the NDC. In our interactions with them, they made us understand that the road, the deplorable state of the road, is their main challenge, and they're calling on government intervention. When it comes to vote, some are ready to vote. Others have not even made up their minds to vote. According to them, they have been voting for the past years, but have not seen any development whatsoever in this constituency. So they are not ready to waste their time going to queue at the polling stations to vote. The show is the campaign trail, and my name is Patricia Roxanne Hammond. We continue to our next constituency. Until then, be nice to one another.
What I spoke about in 2016 and 2020, and the Ghanaian people did not listen to, today they are listening to it from the bigger parties.
What are some of those messages?
24-hour economy.
Okay. You are the one brought...
I spoke about it 2016, 2020. So if you go and take my manifesto, it's there. Like in digitalization, I spoke about e-governance in 2016, 2020.
But you seem to have the ideas. You seem to have all the ideas.
Yes, I have. We're going to talk about them. I'm going to narrate them one after that and tell you policies. Maybe they shouldn't steal them before the time again.
Hopefully.
Yes,
Hopefully.
Because I'm going to tell you how we're going to change this country. And per this constitution, you cannot hold office of vice president at the same time hold office of...
So you are suggesting that he steps down?
Yes.
This is a continuation of our extensive chat with the founder of the APC, Dr. Hassan Ayaraga. My name is Echiatisu, and this is Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Doc, I want us to continue from where we left off the last time.
All right.
And you look like a man who wants to give jobs to people. The Ghana Statistical Service said as of the third quarter of 2023 that there were some 2 million youth without jobs.
Yeah.
How are you going to satisfy, for instance, these 2 million gap that's in our employment sector?
You see, I spoke about the production, manufacturing, and industrial hub. When you sleep more than you work, you definitely have deficits in job creation. When you begin to produce, to export, you are creating jobs in both sectors. In the sector of agri, you are increasing productivity. In the sector of manufacturing, you are increasing productivity. In the sector of export, you are increasing productivity. In the sector of farming, you are increasing productivity. We have over the years been importing everything that we consume. If we change our consumption pattern to begin to consume what we produce and manufacture, we will increase the job to the extent that we will need foreigners from the outside Ghana to come and support our 3-shift system of 24-hour economy. Basically, what is it that we are not doing? We are not manufacturing, we are not producing, and we are not industrializing. Any country that has gained economic independence and power has these 3 sectors, have their job creation centers. Finally, what I intend to do is to create job centers nationwide.
Job centers?
Nationwide. If you look at my manifesto, there's a portion where I said I'm going to have job centers nationwide.
What would these job centers do?
Job centers nationwide is going to be facilities, offices, institutions, where companies that begin to produce and exist in Ghana and manufacture in Ghana do not need to scout for workers anymore, and workers do not need to go to companies to look for jobs. The job center is going to be the facilitator between companies and workers. So if you have a company and you need workers, you key, because of our data system that we're going to use, everything is going to be on data. So you key in the positions that you need into the job centers. The job centers then now, the youth of this country who do not have jobs will now, any part of the country, there will be a job center office. You just walk into the job center, you search for the kind of job you need. No more corruption, no more pay for jobs, no more sex for jobs, no more money for jobs anymore. So you just go in, computers are there, you buy your airtime or your credit or whatever, and then you just go in and scout, and you have a job you're looking for, and you can be scheduled an interview to go. This is the kind of country I want to run. I want to run a country where institutions are powerful than human beings. Nobody is now going to rely his hope on an individual. The system is going to work so that I don't need Dorcas to get me into GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb has a system, has a program if they're looking for jobs, if they're looking for, they have vacancy and they're looking for people to occupy. Yeah. It goes straight to the system. And the system directs it to the job centers. Anybody can apply to there and go for interview. You see now, even police and other military, people are paying 200,000 Ghana cedi, 20,000 to get enlisted into all these offices. That is the beginning of corruption. So job, look, our roads are bad, and we're talking about we don't have jobs. The gutters are dirty. We're talking about not having jobs. We're importing food, everything, every day. We're talking about not having jobs. We are bicycle, common bicycle. We don't have a company that can manufacture a bicycle in this country in the 21st century. The Ghanaians cannot even produce a bicycle, manufacture a bicycle. Isn't it a shame? So when you're talking about jobs, there are millions of jobs opportunities out there. But because we are not committed in building our country, and we are not dedicated in transforming our country, we keep crying there are no jobs.
And is it also because,
we are not training?
Those places are not attractive enough?
No. There is no place that is not attractive. You have to make it attractive. The avenues are there. You have to create it. Look, when I come, apprenticeship skills, I'm going to train every Ghanaian will go back and train the apprenticeship skill if you are not educated.
Only those who are not educated?
Everybody must be educated. Those who are educated have already their degrees. Those who are not educated will go through apprenticeship skills training. The Kayoyo themselves, the head pan, all of them are going to begin to train to become something. Those who want to be hairdressers will be trained to become hairdressers. Those who want to be masons will be trained to become masons. Those who want to be carpenters and everything. Everybody must have a skill to do something, some brain, some intelligence to do something. That is what makes the city very vibrant. I will not employ you because you are at you. I will employ you because I need your services. People are in the system without any form of skill. Who is going to employ, even if you're a doctor, and we don't need you as a doctor, can I employ a doctor to be a cameraman? That is the problem of job creation. That is the problem of unemployment. We are not building and training our people to fit into the system. We are just educating in numbers. The numbers that cannot help us. The numbers that cannot grow our economy. The numbers that cannot build our country. So you have people studying arts and they finish school and nobody needs them. Because the services, what they were trained for, there's no vacancy for them. And that is why my national data system would change the curriculum of education. Okay? To make sure that we train what we need into the system. So I don't want to be president for 2 terms. Let me put it fair.
You don't want to be president for 2 terms?
My 4-year term will build the institutions, and anybody who comes to be president will be a ceremonial president. Too much of time is waste of.
Help me understand that. So you get into office for 4 years?
Yes.
And use that to build institutions?
Build everything.
Then what happens?
Then I'll go back and sit and look for the next position, which is to become the UN General Secretary.
Oh, you want to be UN?
I'm going up. I want to rule the world.
Okay.
I want to change the world. I want positions that will make me change the world. People have occupied positions, they are not changing the world. They're taking advantage of the world.
So even at the UN, you don't think they are changing the world?
They are not. They are not. You see what is happening in the whole world. You see poverty everywhere. You see crime everywhere. You see UN offices not being even performing. So when I become the UN, I'm going to build the whole world, Africa and the world, and bring them together and change the status quo of life.
Doc, let me just ask this. Now you have so many ideas, and I'm blown away. I'm just thinking through, why does it seem like you have so many ideas, but people are not buying into your ideas? And then, how about this? Why not, already they are taking your ideas, as you say. Why not just continue to do that?
Because they're not committed.
Produces ideas for.
They're not committed in building the country. So you need a committed leader with the ideas to start the foundation.
So even if you were just the one producing ideas for all the other,
it would have been better. If I'm a consultant to government, the problem is being a consultant is different than implementing it. I can consult for you, but it's your power to implement it.
But would you consult, for instance, the current government? If the government came to you and said, consult for us on ideas.
If I'm not president, I would do that because I want to build this country.
Okay.
I'm not looking for power for business or political interest. I'm looking for power to transform.
But you worry that they don't?
They don't. Look, if I'm today a government consultant and I'm to sit with the president, I will fight with the president every day if he doesn't perform. I don't need power for anything.
You don't?
Power is given to you to change the lives of the people. So when you have absolute power, you cannot change the lives of people, then you don't need it. Look, African is so blessed, but
Which
not
a
blessed
lot of
with
peop-
leaders.
which a lot of people say.
But not blessed with leaders. The corruption in Africa, that is what we grow. We grow only corruption. In the market women are all corrupt. Most of the women are corrupt. Businessmen are corrupt. Politicians are corrupt. Stakeholders are all corrupt. When you talk about corruption, there's so many ways of corruption.
Look, you said more than once that we don't have leaders. We don't have leaders.
We don't have committed leaders.
Committed leaders.
Who built this country?
Many of the people who have stepped into these positions of leadership,
Yeah.
many of them look like this. The talk, the ideas, the beautiful. We loved them until they went in.
Now, if
Are
they
you
don't
sure
do it, if they don't
you-
do it, you change them.
If-
You
if-
don't recycle them.
Are you sure you would not be changed by the system?
I'm not going to run for 4 years. I told you. I'm not looking for a second term to become president. It's a waste of my time. When you are committed in doing something and you do it right, you don't have to waste your time there. They want 8 years to do what? To be corrupt, to steal from you. But if we work hard, 8 years is too much to be holding one position. 8 years is too much to be sitting at one place. If you want to work, if you want to move, check around and see all those who have succeeded in life. They don't waste too much time in one place. They build structures, they build companies, and they move to the next company to build.
But with the way
They don't build one company and sit beside it every day.
With the way
when they
this-
build this company and it's... Why is it that
Then
the
they
private
move on?
sector is doing so well than the public sector?
Maybe
The
you tell
government
me.
sector.
Maybe you tell me.
It's too much corruption. Too much wastage.
But can you
People
do
are
that
not
in
serious.
4
People
years?
are not committed. Look, when I become president, most of government properties, I'm going to privatize them.
You privatize them?
Government properties, a lot of them.
So which ones will be government properties?
Taxes, where I have to, the institutions, the ministries.
That's all.
They will be the government institution to make sure that everything works perfectly.
And you can cause a change in 4 years.
It will happen in less than 4 years.
Less than?
Yes.
People have said they'll do things in 100 days and they don't do them.
Yeah, because they're not committed in doing. They are not people. They
How
are
about
people.
you
They are
being
not,
committed
They are not
by the
Hassan
system?
Erga. They are not Hassan Erga.
How about you being committed? But there is already an established system.
If you allow
there
me
are
to,
people
if you allow me to answer some of your questions into details,
which I'll allow you
our
to.
people listening to us and watching us,
Which I'll allow.
will
I
understand.
just want us to also understand clearly all the things you're saying,
Yeah.
so that there are no loopholes in there. Because I
Okay.
want our viewers as well to understand what it is you're trying to communicate.
Okay.
So just let me just allow you to go on for now. I'll come in with my next question then.
Yeah. You talk about committed people.
Yes.
You talk about committed leaders, and I tell you that they are not. They are corrupt leaders. They are using our country for business and mismanaging our economy and building their own castles and institutions and their own companies. Now, Ghana has a debt stock of 670 billion. We've gone 17 times to IMF. As of now, we've done haircuts and people are dying from it. As of now, we cannot pay interest on borrowing as it stands. Now, inflation has gone to the highest level. Are you with me? Tell me, these people you call their good managers, where were they when all these things were going around? I'm a businessman. All my life as a businessman, all my achievement as a businessman, I've never borrowed.
Never borrowed.
Never. Never borrowed. And you can go and check my records. You begin to understand that 670 billion as a businessman, if you go and borrow that amount and you cannot pay interest on it, what did you use the money for? Simple question. What did we use those monies for apart from stealing those money and putting in our pocket? Because there is nobody who invests 670 billion into a business and cannot pay interest. Not to talk of principal. Nobody. Even if it is just land I buy, I want to buy land and put it down. After 10 years, I'll be able to sell and pay the debt and have profit. Even common land, it will appreciate. This is what I'm trying to let you understand. If I use 670 billion and borrow for a bank for the next 10 years, my $670 billion or cedi that I borrowed and bought land will appreciate for me to pay the interest and pay the capital. Now tell me, Ghana, what do we use that money for? We can pay interest. Workers Salaries. We can't pay salaries as a nation. Now tell me, are we really moving forward? That institutions in these countries cannot work and pay their workers. All government institutions, government must borrow and pay workers. How can you have an institution that cannot pay its workers? And you still have that company. So clearly, there is something wrong. And what is that? It's leadership problem, it's corruption, mismanagement, and wastage. I have a policy called price guarantee system.
Doc, can I allow you to talk about that when we come back from the break? And when we come back I'll ask Doc about where he sees Ghana in the next decade and how some of these policies will tie into that. This is still Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. I am still an interview with Dr. Hassan Ayerga. Price guarantee and control system. That's one of your other policies.
Yeah, one of my policies.
How revolutionary is that one?
I have 67 unique policies.
67?
67 unique policies.
That's just about the age of Ghana.
Yes. And every policy is to help build this country. There won't be loopholes. Nobody will get away with anything. Corruption will be the thing of the past. Mismanagement will be the thing of the past. Monopoly. Monopoly is the price. To deal with monopoly, that is the reason for my price control and guarantee system. You see, initially I said that people in the markets are also corrupt. Corruption is not just about government officials. Many people are corrupt, but they don't even understand that they are corrupt. Now, this is how it works, the price control guarantee system. When you go to the market today, prices of goods will be, let's say, water will be 3 cedis. The next day you go, it's 3 cedis, 50%. The next day you go, it's 4 cedis.
No explanations.
It keeps increasing.
Yeah.
What is the basis for it? Who controls the prices of goods in this market? But because we say we have an open market and we do not produce and manufacture, prices of goods are being determined by traders and market men and women, thereby increasing the prices of commodities in the market, making the hardship more difficult for the Ghanaian people. Under my policy, you see, my policies are all linked up. Under the policy of production and manufacturing industrialization, we are going to produce everything in Ghana and determine the price and the cost of that product. So you don't bring anything in this country and increase the price the way you want it. There will be an institution which is called the price control and guarantee system that will monitor and sit with every item that is being imported into this country or produced into this country to determine the price of that product and make sure that that price is guaranteed.
And it won't matter where in this country.
It doesn't matter where it is.
So even if I was taking a product from Accra and
yes,
I'm in Tamale,
there is a price for it. They will value all that and determine the price. That the price of any commodity in Accra must be the same commodity in Baku. We have to regulate it and make sure that it is perfect everywhere so that we all enjoy same opportunities around the country. That is the duty of the government. The duty of the government is to make sure it serves its people diligently without being biased, without a disadvantage of your location, your geographical location, or your status.
Okay.
So the price guarantee and control system will regulate the prices of goods and services in the market. So nobody just get up in the day and says, today I'm selling my cloth for 10 Ghana cedis. Tomorrow you go to the market, you take your 1,000 cedis to the market and you cannot buy the same product. That is corruption when you manipulate the prices in order to make profit 200%. Look, go to the market. A 5 kilo bag of rice is sold higher than the value of it when it's imported into Ghana. What amount to that taxes or whatever it is that the profit margin is 2 times the price of the product? When the one producing it is not even getting the kind of profit you are the one selling it. And we call it open market. There will be, but the open market will be determined by the production and manufacturing industries in this country. So All the policies that I'm telling you, I say I'm coming to build a nation, a country. I'm not coming to do business with my country. So I have unique policies, 67 of them, linked together that will hold this country and nobody ever can play with it. If you try it, the system will arrest you.
I see.
So you, for instance, if the police stop you, they just see that maybe your tail light is off. They just pick your telephone number, what's in there. And every policeman will have a car. 2 in a car or 1 in a car, depending on the geographical location. In deep places where there's so much crime, 2 in a police. And crime will be reduced to 0 because everybody's information is taken. Are you with me? So your tail light is on. The policeman will just key into his computer in the car, MR2516-2020, and your name will appear. And it will show who you are, where you are, even what you are doing, you to know. So everybody is going to be policed. So nobody cares about who you know. Nobody cares about who you know. Nobody cares who you are. The system is free and fair and transparent. And that is what I'm trying to build for our country. So my one term is to show you the way. When you misbehave, the system will deal with you, not me.
But let's look in the future now. I mean, you've mentioned how after 4 years of your presidency, you want to leave the country in a certain way. What would you consider your biggest legacy by the time your presidency, the presidency of a President Hassan Ayaraga is over? What would be that one legacy that if you look back, you'd be so proud that you've been able to accomplish?
Leadership.
You love the subject of leadership.
Yes, because leadership entails everything.
Okay.
When you're a good father, your kids and children and wife, they're proud of you. When you're not a good father, your children will never be proud of you. I want to be that example of a good father to this country.
Okay.
That every son of mine, every daughter of mine will be proud that they have a father, they've had a father who has ruled this country. And they will forget any other president who has ever ruled this country. Because you see, it's like women. They believe in the moment. They don't believe in the past. Glory is in the moment. When you change things in the moment, people will forget all those who have come in the past. And this is my legacy.
You say in 10 years, Ghana would either be a country with you or without you.
No, you ask a question. How do I see Ghana in 10 years?
How do you see
and
Ghana?
And I say, with me or without me?
But how do you see Ghana?
Okay, I will answer with me and I'll answer without me.
Tell me.
In this next election, 2024, in the next 4 months, there are 2 things that are going to happen. I'm being sincere with you in all my presentation and interview. If President Mahama wins the elections, the country will become more difficult. The hardship will increase. If Vice President Mahmoud Bamian wins, the country will become disastrous.
Those are extremes.
Yes. Good. If Hassan Ayaraga wins, the country will transform and change. And blessings and new leadership style. And the economy will grow and boom. Reasons. Number 1, President Mahama. Former President Mahama has been president before. The whole world have seen him. Right now, the economy is so bad that if he inherits the economy, it will be very difficult for him to change this economy in 4 years. So if he doesn't take time, the situation of this economy will make him fail. And it will make him fail. It will be difficult for him to resurrect this economy. It's going to be very difficult, I tell you, whether he hears or not. Because the economy now There's nothing about the country that is good to inherit as a former president. As a former president. Listen very well, as a former president. Because why? One, as a former president, it's no news to any Ghanaian saying President Mahama is president again. It will not bring any anxiety, any joy, any happiness, any investors coming from all angles to say, oh, President Mahama is president, let's go and support him, let's do this. They have seen President Mahama before. They have seen the NDC before. They've seen their track record. It will not be news to any businessman or foreigners out there or the stakeholders who believe in Ghana to see any change in the former president. They will just say, okay, a new leadership has come. So they will still back off with all their investments. Other stakeholders, like international organizations and stakeholders, are not coming to reinvest in Ghana because President Mahama is president. They won't do that. They will not.
They're confident about this.
Very, and I'm telling you. Now, the second one, Bawumia. Bawumia being president is like, it's going to be disastrous. Huge, more problems. I mean, we're already in the ditch. It's just like a rat in the hole. What do you think is going to, it's just going to keep digging? Okay? Because the corruption is high. If they did not respect President Akufo-Addo to stop corruption, who is Bawumia? Bawumia being president is not going to bring new thing to Ghana. No new investment is coming. It's just going to be muddy. Okay? He's now going to start. Look, because if there's something that Bawumia can do to show that he'll be a better president, he would have been doing it now.
But he says he's vice president.
It doesn't matter.
He's a driver's mate.
You and I, when you're in the house, the wife, if the house is good, it's between the man and the husband. When the children perform, it's not between the husband alone who makes the kids perform. The wife has a role to play in the upbringing of the children. The husband has a role to play in making sure that everybody is satisfied. This is the role of the two. So one cannot blame the other one if the kids are not in perfect condition. So Bawumia cannot run away from Bawumia will take glory in digitalization and said he did this, he did that, he did this. He's going around telling people he has that, but he's not taking glory in the distractions or failure in the destruction of this country. He's talking about increasing, when he comes, he'll cut down e-levy. I heard him say he's going to give mobile phones credit on all that. He's still president. If he doesn't know, let me remind him. When I check my watch, we are still in 2024 August. And Bawumia, 16th of August, and Bawumia is still the vice president of Ghana. So you want to change the world, change it now, and let's see that we are confident that you are going to do it. Your leadership now should tell us that you are, whether you are vice president or you are driver's mate or whatever, it should show in your leadership. But when you are running away from your position, clearly it's an indication of failure Bawumia is running from and pushing the blame to his boss, Akufo-Addo, and exonerating himself from the mess. To tell Ghanaians, I am not the one who caused the mess. He's betraying his own party. For me, it's a betrayal. Bawumia is betraying the MPP and Akufo-Addo with this statement of, I am a driver's mate. It's a betrayal.
Doc, have you picked your form?
Now,
have you picked your...
Let me finish.
Have you picked your form? Just so we can...
Yeah, I picked my form.
You picked your form?
Yes, I picked my form.
Okay.
I've started endorsing. I'm almost done. I think the next 3 days I'll be done with endorsing my forms.
Okay.
Picked my forms. Now, let's go back to Hassan Ayarga. If Hassan Ayarga becomes the next president of the Republic of Ghana, first of all, it's going to be news. Number one. The whole world is going to be news. Hassan Ayarga has the new president of the Republic of Ghana. A third party has emerged. It shows confidence and hope to the world and to society and to the Ghanaian people that yes, of course, a new dawn has come. It gives a lot of excitement and excitement that Ghanaians people will now run back to Ghana to want to invest and see how are they going to support the new Ayariga and his government. What is Ayariga bringing on board? The people in the world, the stakeholders, are now going to have confidence in the new government and say, look, let's support Hassan Ayariga and see what he's also bringing on board. Because this is something new in Ghana. And anything that is new has the attention of people and the support of people. And the hope that is lost in these young men and women, the confidence that is no more, that Ghana is in a ditch, will begin to see limelight and light. And you, as media men, will now begin to listen and hear what is Ayariga bringing on board. You are excited every day to see the policies to run. This is the future.
Okay.
Hassan Ayariga is the future. Without me, it's a mess.
I have some figures here. In 2012, when you contested on the ticket of the PNC, you polled 0.22%. That's 24,000 and a little over that of the total votes cast. So in 2016, you did not contest.
That was when they disqualified me.
Okay, but on the ticket of the APC in 2020,
yes,
you polled 0.05, so 0.054%. That's 7,138. How many votes are you looking to get in
this? Is when I formed the party. This is the first beginning of the party.
But this year, it's a stronger party.
This year is a different year altogether.
What are your numbers? What's your prediction?
This year, I can predict, all things being equal, when given the equal platform and opportunity, there will be victory for Hassan Ayariga.
What's the number? Can you give us a
I
figure?
cannot tell you, but the victory means 50 plus 1.
50 plus 1?
Yes.
All right.
If our votes are not stolen, usually we lose a lot of votes through polling station and transmission. They change our votes. In 2020, I'm giving you an example, 3 examples. My own driver, who voted for me in a particular community here in Domi, stood there and voted for me. When they counted, they gave me 0. In Swami, I went to Swami and campaigned, and the people in Swami told me they were going to vote for me. They actually did. They gave me 424 votes. When they counted, they gave me 24. When my parliamentary candidate was standing there and insisted, they told him that what is Ayariga going to do with 400 votes? And they wrote 24 for me.
So they took the 400?
They took away the 400 off. So that is why we are talking about transparency at the police stations, and government should be able to make sure that every political party is given resources to bring their police station executive.
Doc, I want to thank
coming.
you.
Don't thank me. You were.
I want
you
to thank you
questions.
because I want to thank you because we've run out of time, and I really appreciate that we could have spoken more.
I told you 3 people. I'm giving you the 3rd evidence. So if you don't have this shop, he stood up and greeted me. I said, Ayariga, I love you. I listen to you all the time. You are one best leader that if Ghana has, we are gone. But let me be very sincere with you. My wife and I and my children went to the polls and we voted for you. Even if my wife didn't vote for you, I voted personally for you. I'm not an illiterate. I voted for you. But when they counted that, you got 0. This country, the corruption, is not generally at the government. Even at the police station, there's corruption.
And you're hoping to change all
So
of that.
I am begging you, get police stations so that your results will be counted. If not, you will get the votes, but it will not be counted.
Doc, I want to thank you very much, and thank you for your time. This has been our interview with Dr. Hassan Ayariga of the APC. Very, very enlightening. A lot of policies that he's hoping to use to change and turn around the fortunes of this country. My name is Eche Atis. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look for GhanaWeb TV. Subscribe, like, and click on the notification button so that you're notified anytime we have any new videos. Until another time, be safe.
The land is yours, but the land use is under an authority. So in the same vein, this road needs to be fixed. My house is by the road. All the landlords, landladies along that stretch have contributed. Why not? It's development. But seek approval from the municipal assembly, metro assembly for you to undertake that project.
Hello there, and welcome to another episode of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Echi Atisu. Today we want to understand what the local governance system looks like. How well do you know our local governance system? We're here to speak to the head of the service, that's Dr. Nana Atto Arthur. We'll get to understand all the questions and all the doubts and all the things that you are asking questions about when it comes to the local governance system. What can be done, what cannot be done? We'll get all the answers here. Hello, Doc.
Hi.
Thank you very much for allowing us into your office this afternoon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, Doc. So, first of all, we want to understand how big or not, what's the local governance system like? Can you give us an overview of when we say the local government system, what does it look like?
Yes. First of all, let me indicate to you that there's a difference between local government and local governance.
Okay.
If look at local government today, with the coming into force of the PNDC law 207, decentralization local government has become part of our governance structure in Ghana. So if you talk about government today, we have local government and national government. With the decentralization that we are practicing today, it comes with the metro, municipal, and district assemblies.
Okay.
So today we have a number of, we call them MMDAs, Metro District 261. Indeed, let me indicate that when the PNDC law 207 came to be in 1988, it was concretized in the 1992 Constitution, Chapter 20. There's local government and decentralization. And that is what we are practicing today. In other words, when 1988, PNDC law 207 came to being, when we came into the fourth Republican Constitution, it has to be concretized. Find place in our Constitution. That's chapter 20 of it. And what we're practicing today, we have something we call political decentralization, administrative decentralization, and fiscal decentralization. Political decentralization has to do with the ministries, policies that are designed at that level.
Okay.
Now when it comes to administrative decentralization, that's where we find the local government service. The implementation of the policies from that end at our sub-national level, RCC, regional coordinating councils, metro district assemblies. So if you ask for local government service, any staff in our 16 RCCs plus the 261 metro municipal district assemblies, they belong to local government service. In fact, there's small distinction. When we are the RCCs, the regional ministers are not part of the service. They belong to the presidency.
Okay.
If you are the MMDs, the chief executives, the MMDCs, are not our staff. They report to the minister, local government, decentralization, rural development. Any other person you find in any assembly, in any RCC, belongs to a local government service.
So that's to say that you have quite a huge chunk of, perhaps I'll say the public service machinery
Huge.
How huge is that? What's the number?
I can tell you that we are about 50,000. It's not as huge as Ghana Education Service, though.
Okay.
But as government machinery at that lower level, we are huge. When I say at the lower level, the civil service constitutes the government machinery at the national level.
Okay. All right.
And at the lower level, or called sub-national level, it is the local government service. Very huge.
And that's a huge number. But it seems like not too many people get to understand or know where your service actually comes in when it comes to development. And I'm asking this for a specific reason.
No, let me indicate that.
Okay.
If you look at the functions of the district assemblies, they are in charge of total development of their municipalities, district or metropolitan. Social, economic, technical, whatever. Total development. Except that we are working on a principle in theory referred to as principle of subsidiarity.
Okay.
What is beyond the district level or municipal level is taken over at the region and then national for that matter. That is what is referred to as the principle of subsidiarity. So for instance, if you are in an assembly, whether municipal or district, you can be talking about basic schools construction. You can be talking about CHIPS compounds health-wise. You can be talking about farm roads, feeder roads that could be at the jurisdiction of the districts or the municipalities. Now, if you want to talk about secondary school, then of course the national takes it over. So that is a principle, underneath the decentralization local government that we are practicing in Ghana.
That's to say that, so your service handles all the big time development issues. When we talk about developing a nation, for instance, Ghana as it is, that's where your service really works in.
At the local level, that's what I've earlier on alluded to. That is the government machinery at the sub-national level. At the national level, you are talking about government machinery as the civil service.
Okay.
So, as I said, if anybody needed anything in any municipality, you first walk to the municipal assembly or district assembly. Because what we have not realized is this: the national effects are the sum total of the local effects. Bring it home. President will be talking about Ghana beyond aid. At our level, I'll be talking about Adenta beyond aid, Commanded Negua for bring beyond aid, Hohoe beyond aid, Dafema Busie Isa, Lambusie, because that is my level. And it is the sum total of these assemblies, 261, that constitute Ghana.
Okay.
And so if at the lower level, the foundation is strong, it has positive impact at the national level. And in engineering, I'm an engineer. In engineering, we say that if the foundation is strong, the superstructure is strong.
Okay.
If the foundation is weak, even if the superstructure is strong, the foundation will erode. Anything that comes will erode the foundation. That's the more reason why we think that if we build the local, take it to local economic development, if we look at that strongly, it will have positive impact at the national level.
How is it that over the years, it seems like developments have been rather directed at parliamentarians, to the extent that there are not too many people who, like you mentioned earlier, would walk into the office of a local governance head to ask for development, but would rather go to a political person like a parliamentarian. Where did all that disconnect happen?
I believe that we need to understand it very well, because technically, I'm of the view that the MP's work is not necessarily development at the local level. It is the assemblies, whether metro, municipal, or district assemblies. The MP, except that I've been an MP before.
Yes.
You are campaigning. You go to Commander Negua for Afram, my constituency. Many a time, telling your constituents that, look, I'm asking you, pleading with you to vote for me because when I go to Parliament, I'll make sure that laws will be favorable to you, the constituents. That is not what they want to listen. Immediately you get there, did you use this road before you got to J. Crown? Did you use this road before you got to Abrim Berase? Say yes. Did you see the nature of the road? So at best, I will be speaking about the road, that rough road, so that they will vote for me. When they do that, that is now incumbent on me in Parliament to be lobbying, and that is the word, lobbying. But the real work is not done by the municipalities.
Okay.
If I lobby and not able to get it, where am I going to find funds to undertake even a 1 kilometer feeder road? Otherwise, the municipalities have been charged. They have the locus to collect internally generated revenue. I'm collecting property rates. I'm collecting these taxes, that taxes here and there. They are supposed to be used for development at that lower level. Besides, we have this Assembly Common Fund. That is a grant from the national level to the sub-national level. So that is where the development is. It is not in Parliament. A parliamentarian's role, lobbying for a project, and more importantly, oversighting the executive. That is a major role of parliamentarian, apart from making laws. You understand? If I'm not able to lobby for a project to my constituency, that actually isn't my major responsibility. The lower level, that is the local government and the national government. In this case, the executive. Otherwise, when we generalize it, the judiciary, the legislative all come into play when I talk about national government. But I'm referring to the executive arm of the government. So, in effect, development is actually at the doorsteps of the MMDAs.
All right, so now we know what the structure is. We've heard about how or who to turn to when it comes to development. When we return from this break, Dr. Ato Arthur will take us through what the step-by-step processes are. And I'll bring you a unique story of something that happened at Nahinson around in the Ashanti region, a case in point where we would ask questions about. So don't go nowhere, we'll be back shortly. I'm still here with the head of the local government service, Dr. Nana Ato Arthur. Doc, now there are processes to get work done. Ordinarily, is it the local government service that would identify maybe developmental needs and go and effect those things, or there are also processes for citizens like myself to also walk up to any of your offices to do that?
That is not the responsibility of the local government service.
Okay.
Generally, local government service is responsible for the human resource. I told you about decentralization, fiscal decentralization, and political decentralization. My office here, we are responsible for the human resource in all the RCCs and MDs. Like I told you, from chief director at the RCCs to the lowest level. If at the MMDA, the creating director to a lower or the lowest level at that area. But when it comes to projects, every assembly, it's the highest political authority in that area. The assemblies, they have what you call their annual development plans. From their medium-term development plans, they have their annual development plans. The annual development plans will indicate in a given year what projects that they want to undertake.
Okay.
And because in the development of the annual development plan, they've engaged their citizens, their communities. The communities will be able to indicate that we need 5-kilometer farm road from this area, whether it's reshaping. We need a basic school in this area, a KG, or 3-classroom block, or 6-classroom block. We need a child's compound or a clinic. That would all have been identified. So that will be taken to the assembly, the General Assembly. The General Assembly will give approval. It's like what happens at the national level. The Minister of Finance, on behalf of the President, comes for the annual budget. So at the Assembly, these plans have been quantified at the monetary level, so that it becomes a budget. And so, given year, they will determine that we are putting up a building in this area. This is a KG block, this is a 6-classroom block. It is at that level. Okay. It's not determined from our end here. But let me also quickly come in because of what you said. If a citizen in a given area wants, let's say, this 500-meter road in front of our house, we want to tar this area. You need to go to the assembly, get approval from the assembly, for the assembly to know that this road is being done privately by these residents along this corridor. You cannot just get up and say, I live here, I have money, I am tarring this 5-10 kilometer road, this stretch around our area without approval from the assembly.
Wouldn't that be helping the government in any way?
It is helping.
Okay.
But you can't be doing things haphazard. Because assembly would have even come that this is the way this road has been designed.
Okay.
That is where you, the private person who wants to help, take that. Otherwise, you don't have the designs, there's no approval from the assembly. Mind you, even when you have your piece of land and want to put up a building,
yeah, there are procedures to go.
there are procedures.
Sure.
You need a permit. What we say is that the land is yours, but the land use is under an authority. So in the same vein, this road needs to be fixed. My house is by the road. All the landlords, landladies along that stretch have contributed. Why not? It's development. But seek approval from the municipal assembly, district assembly, metro assembly for you to undertake that project. Otherwise, there will be people who will run helter-skelter, particularly in an election year like this. Oh, I have taken this upon myself to do this. I'm helping the assembly. Yes, but get approval before you undertake that project. If both of us, the assembly is to complete a project, 1 million Ghana cedis. If residents along a corridor say they can help, why not? But get permission before you undertake.
And because you mentioned that, I'll bring you to that story I talked about. Right. The headline on GhanaWeb says, Chief of Nainson arrested for repairing roads authorities failed to attend to after several appeals. Now, that's a case in point. You've explained why there's a need to get authorization.
Right.
But I want to find out from you, how best can the service work with especially traditional leaders to ensure that sometimes some of these concerns, because from this story, the chief had made several attempts to get authorities to fix the road, and to the point where he felt he wasn't getting the needed responses, so he took it upon himself. How best can the local government service work with, especially traditional leaders, to ensure that the needed developments, they get it the way they want it?
That is where the governance, that terminology, comes in.
Okay.
You're talking about governance. It's beyond government. Traditional authorities are part, the media, civil society, faith-based, they are all part of governance. So as I sit here, traditional authorities are very, very important in the developmental realm. Why? You want to put up this building. The land doesn't belong to government. You need to approach a traditional authority.
Yeah.
So they are very important. There are a lot of conflicts that traditional authorities help governments to solve. For that matter, they are very, very, very important. For me, if a chief approaches a municipality, a district, a metropolitan assembly that want to fix this road, or they've written several times and they've not gotten that positive response, as a chief, you may not even need to walk to a municipal assembly. You can invite the chief executive to your palace. Dr. Atuaka, this road, we've written to you a couple of times. We've not gotten any response from you. My community has contributed, or we are leaving our citizens outside, and they want to support us to do this. So we want to undertake this. I don't think any chief executive will say no to a chief who wants to support his or her own citizens. I wouldn't understand the story very well.
Okay.
But for me, if there were the understanding between the palace or the chief and the local government in question, I don't think we would have gotten to where we are. It's unfortunate, honestly, because we need to work together. A local government cannot be there without a traditional authority. But wherever you are sitting, that office, wherever you are, it belongs to a traditional authority.
Okay.
How can you do without a traditional authority? That is where I believe that there must be a synergy between traditional authorities and the local government for effective public service delivery.
All right,
Very
so
important.
just before we go, we've spoken about the traditional leaders aspect. How about the citizens? You are the head of the service. How do the citizens help? What roles are you expecting from citizens in the execution of your mandate?
Citizens are very important. You see, in the planning, budgeting, at the local government level, we engage citizens as part of validation of the plans. So citizens come in there. 2, for accountability's sake, call it downward accountability. If I'm a chief executive in Commander Nego Afram, I'm a chief executive at the Afram, wherever that I am, I'm downwardly accountable to the citizens in that jurisdiction. For that matter, that is where town hall meetings, that is where going on radios, phone-ins, citizens need to know what is going on in our various assemblies. So in a performance monitoring that we do, but we have what we call performance contracts. We even go to the extent of how far did the citizens get involved in the preparation of their plans. Citizens are important. We ask MMDCs, go on air, let people get to know what is happening in your area. Even on our boards, when you go to every assembly, notice boards, we require that the assemblies will be able to paste whatever project that they are undertaking on their notice boards, revenue that they are collecting on their notice boards. So people will get to know what is going on in those assemblies. And using the town hall meetings, assembly hall meetings, the other meetings, that's also the arena where the citizens will get to know what is happening in the assemblies for the sake of transparency and accountability. A chief executive is not only outwardly accountable to the president, and that also comes in with the election of MMDCs, to be able to be downwardly accountable to your citizens, rather than to be largely upwardly accountable to the president who appointed you.
So you want those
I'm all for
elections?
the election of the MMDC. It's rather unfortunate the president gave us that opportunity, but it slipped by us. Because I think that, and you had a right question. How come that a lot of MPs are under pressure to do this, to do that, because they were elected?
Okay.
Because they were elected.
So the same pressure would have been mounted on MMDC.
Exactly, and the pressure would have been shared. Both MPs, MMDCs, but both of us were elected. And that is where I talk about the downward accountability, where you definitely be accountable to the people who elected you. But if it happen at all, you go back to them.
Okay.
So I'm all for the election of MMDCs, and just not election, on political party basis. Why? Today, we are electing assembly members. And in our law today, per our constitution,
They're not supposed to be political, right?
they're not supposed to be political.
Yes.
But I can tell you, even at the time there you find their posters on the walls, what they are wearing alone will indicate to you that this person is
aligned to
this political party.
But it's still not clear cut. They don't actually state.
Yeah, they don't state. But again, when it comes to endorsement or call it confirmation of DCs who have been appointed by the president, that is where MPP and DC and other political party things come in. When they are electing their presiding members, today, you go to most assemblies in Central and other parts of Ghana, they don't have presiding members because it is NDC and PP. So why are we doing all this into ourselves? That it is apolitical. You also find out that anytime we are going for assembly elections, you see MP people in a room, NDC people in the room, they are doing primaries. I've written on this. My PhD is on local governance. I've written on this. The unfinished business of decentralization, political accountability, local government in Ghana. It is real. In fact, a lot of evidence abound. So for me, we don't need to play ostriches.
Okay.
If we want to call a spade, let's call a spade a spade. I am all for election of MMDCs on political party basis.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Nana Ato Arthur, former MP for Commander Edina Eguafo Abrim,
former Central Ghana Minister.
Yes, he's held a lot of political positions. Thank you very much for allowing us into your space, and thank you for sharing about the local government service and your work, the distinctions and all of that. So thank you for joining us here on the Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. You can go on to www.ghanaweb.com for news and any other thing you're looking for. Until another time, be safe.
My name is Richard Ni Ahmad. I'm the Executive Director for the Progressive People's Party and shortly with Nkrumah.
My name is Bliss Achubisoso, National Men's Organizer of APC. I'm here with the youth organizer, King Hassan, and the presidential candidates who join us.
My name is Mamiya Adusei of the National Democratic Party, Director for Elections.
Jerry Owusu Apu,
Register and ridding it of discrepancies since it was first exhibited in all 40,000 plus exhibition centers across the country. Over the last few weeks, the Commission has employed tried and tested legal and administrative processes to clean the provisional register and rid it of discrepancies as envisaged by the framers of the 1992 Constitution and CI 91 as amended by CI 126. As a Commission, we can confidently state that most of the discrepancies discovered to date have been resolved. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last few weeks, there have been discussions in the public space as to the credibility or otherwise of the Provisional Voters Register. The largest opposition party, the NDC, has alleged that the discrepancies they have detected with the Provisional Voters Register make it unfit for the 2024 election. They have in this regard called for a forensic audit of the Provisional Voters Register. It is important to note that the discrepancies initially identified in the Provisional Voters Register cut across all regions. Assertions that the discrepancies in the Provisional Voters Register are aimed or were aimed at disenfranchising voters in certain parts of the country are untrue. That said, we have cleaned up the Provisional Voters Register and corrected all discrepancies identified to date. Ladies and gentlemen, following a meeting called at the instance of the NDC to discuss the discrepancies detected by the party, the NDC presented the Commission with 5 categories of issues they had identified with the Provisional Register. At the meeting, they highlighted a few examples of each category. Following this, the Commission requested the full data from the NDC with the assurance that it would investigate the data presented and present and provide a report of its findings to the NDC within a week. The Commission went on to assure the NDC that the issues they had presented to the Commission were the typical issues that usually arise from any voter registration exercise and which found expression in the Provisional Voters Register. The Commission explained at the meeting that the very essence of the exhibition exercise was to unearth discrepancies such as those detected by the NDC. That notwithstanding, we requested the data for the sole purpose of addressing each issue case by case in order to allay the fears of the NDC and put them at rest. Unfortunately, we have not received the data, and the debate as to the credibility or otherwise of the Provisional Voters Register has continued. It is for this reason that the Commission felt it necessary to hold this IPAC meeting in order to present all parties with an opportunity to present any issues they may have detected with the Provisional Voters Register. Additionally, the meeting will afford the Commission the opportunity to present its report on the revisions made to the Provisional Voters Register to date. It is important to emphasize that the register in question is a provisional one. As its name suggests, it is a draft. It is not the final voters register. It is not perfect, and it is not final. Regulation 23 and 24 of the Public Elections Registration of Voters Regulations 2016, CI 91 as amended by CI 126, enjoined the Commission to display the provisional register at all exhibition centers nationwide to allow for an inspection and revision and correction where necessary. This and other legal and administrative processes are carried out before a final register is produced. Indeed, CI 91 recognizes that the provisional voters register is a draft register. Cognizant of the fact that a provisional voters register is bound to contain discrepancies, CI 91 instituted the mechanism of the exhibition exercise to allow for the cleaning and revision of the provisional voters register to ensure that it is credible and robust for an election. The register is thus displayed in all polling stations or exhibition centers and via electronic media to allow for its inspection and correction where necessary. In essence, the exhibition exercise, as enshrined in the constitutional instrument, provides the legal basis to clean the provisional register. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that as with any human endeavor, such as the registration of voters, there are bound to be discrepancies. One cannot expect that a provisional register will be perfect. It is for that reason that Regulation 23 and 24 of CI 91 provide clear, well-defined pathways to cure and deal with likely anomalies that are bound to arise from the provisional voters register, including missing names, errors in biographical data, the existence of deceased persons on the register, incorrect designation of polling stations, among others. These are some of the issues which formed part of the NDC's presentation to the Electoral Commission. As stated earlier, these errors are not unusual. They are the typical errors that arise out of any registration process, and they are age-old legal and administrative processes to correct them. All it takes is a conscientious effort and time, and the Electoral Commission has employed both. As a commission, we have devoted the last few weeks to correct the discrepancies, and you will find that the provisional voters register today is different and more accurate than what was exhibited and provided to the parties in August 2024. It is important to note that the Commission in cleaning the provisional voters register employed a rigorous four-pronged approach as follows. Voters who visited our exhibition centers and who viewed their details via electronic media and detected errors with their details visited our district offices and had their issues rectified. Our exhibition officers in all our 40,000 plus exhibition centers scrutinized the register and reported discrepancies for correction by our IT team. Our field staff, namely our district officers and our regional officers, relied also on the register viewer, that is the soft copy of the register on their machines, to scrutinize the register and correct discrepancies. Our IT staff also utilized the register viewer to scrutinize the register and correct discrepancies. This approach has been very effective in helping to clean the register and rid it of discrepancies. As mentioned earlier, the discrepancies detected to date have been largely corrected, and the register that was presented to parties in early August is very different from what we have today. For the records, this same approach was adopted by the Commission prior to the production of the final voters register in 2020, and it worked effectively. Evidence shows that despite concerns raised about the effectiveness of that 2020 register to deliver a credible election, there were no voters who were denied the opportunity to vote during the 2020 election. This is the same approach we have adopted to clean the 2024 Provisional Voters Register, and we have no doubt that it will deliver the same outcome, namely a credible and robust final voters register ahead of the 2024 election. As the body mandated by Article 45A of the 1992 Constitution to compile the Register of Voters and to revise it at such periods as may be determined by law, we urge you all to trust us to perform our functions as enshrined in the Constitution. The Commission has a track record and is globally respected for delivering free, fair, credible, and transparent elections and electoral processes, and this includes the compilation of the Provisional Voters Register. Our staff are well trained and have the capacity and the competencies, as well as the skills to undertake the task of producing a final and credible voters register. We certainly do not require external assistance in our line of work. By way of information, there exist legal and administrative processes that we follow from the registration exercise until the final voters register is produced. Right after the registration exercise, we institute what we call the District Registration Review Committees, who sit in all districts to hear challenge cases presented by the citizenry. And we have the political parties, traditional authority, the security agencies as part of this committee, and they sit in every district. We have one in every district, and the composition, as I mentioned, includes representatives of the political parties. Following that, we go to what we call the adjudication process, and this also involves the political parties who adjudicate on persons who are brought up by the IT systems, and for a determination to be made as to whether they undertook multiple registrations or not. Here again, we have representatives of the political parties who work with the Commission to establish the rules and to take the decisions concerning these persons who are in. Then we go to the exhibition of the provisional register, and this allows for an inspection and correction of discrepancies. Following that, we have the sittings of the District Registration Review Officers, and these are magistrates appointed by the Chief Justice of Ghana to every district, and they hear and rule on cases, including the objections to persons on the voters register. It is followed by the review and authentication of the magistrates appointed in each of the districts. Following their reviews and rulings on each of the cases, our district officers then implement the decisions of the magistrates. It is followed by a verification of the implementation of these decisions by our regional directorate headed by our regional directors. Following that, we then, at the head office, compose a team made up of IT and electoral services, who then verify that all the decisions and all the recommendations provided have been fully implemented. It is after this stage that a final voters register is produced. And so you see the processes that we go through to arrive at a final voters register. As we speak, our district officers are implementing the decisions and recommendations of the District Registration Review Officers, that is the magistrates. You will attest to the fact, ladies and gentlemen, from the above narration, that the production of a final voters register is a process. It is not a one-time event. Indeed, it does not happen overnight. It takes time from the compilation from the completion of the registration exercise until the final voters register is produced. As noted earlier, our district officers are currently implementing the decisions of the magistrates, and this process will be followed by a verification and an audit of the provisional register by our regional staff, followed by our head office team. I'd like to state at this point that these processes have not been exhausted, and it is a position of the Commission that the call for a forensic audit is therefore premature. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, the Commission will in the coming days re-exhibit the provisional voters register online. We have developed an online platform to allow voters review their registration details at no cost to the voter. Additionally, we will provide a time period within which voters will be able to report on any discrepancies they have with their registration details in the districts where they registered and have them resolved. The idea to allow a second exhibition of the provisional voters register is part of our efforts to open up our processes and to ensure that our register is robust and accurate for the 2024 election. We urge all voters to review their details and to present any discrepancies they may have to us. This process, we believe, will certainly guarantee a further cleaning of the register. In the coming days, the Commission will allow the time frame within which voters can submit their discrepancies or the discrepancies they detect with their details. And we reiterate that voters will be able to check these details free of all charges. As a further step towards transparency, the Commission will also provide all the political parties with copies of the revised provisional voters register. The political parties will have the opportunity to review the revised provisional voters register and report any discrepancies they may find with the register. We urge the parties to see this as a national assignment and not as a partisan assignment. Let us put Ghana first and put our hands to the plow and collectively clean the provisional voters register to ensure that it is robust ahead of the 2024 election. Indeed, the Commission has developed a template which it will share with political parties to allow them to report discrepancies they find with the register and present same to the Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, we are mindful of the importance of the voters register in an election. It is a bedrock of any election. Indeed, an accurate voters register is sine qua non for a fair, transparent, and credible election. It is in our interest as a Commission to produce a credible and robust final voters register. We did this in 2020, and we will do it again in 2024. We urge you all and the citizens of Ghana to trust us. We will not fail you. We will not disappoint you. And we commit and pledge to conducting and undertaking a free, fair, transparent, and credible election come December 2024. So help us God. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to have a presentation from the IT department of the Electoral Commission. But let me inform the House that this special IPAC meeting is being carried live on all major TV and radio networks, as well as live streaming on the Electoral Commission social media handles. I would like to seek the podium to Dr. Yaoje, Dr. Yaofori Eche, to continue with us. Thank you very much. Chairperson, deputies, commissioners, all the political parties here represented, civil society organizations, members of the Legal good morning once again. We seem to have a bit of a technical challenge, so we'll wait a bit for the technical situation to be fixed, and then I'll be able to do my presentation on behalf of the IT department of the Electoral Commission. Okay, the issue seems to have been resolved. So good morning once again. The title of my presentation this morning is the 2024 Provisional Voters Register, a review of the processes, issues observed, and their resolution. As has been said by Madam Chair, the exhibition of the Voters Register is a process that is required by law in order for us to have a very clean Voters Register. And it is important that as a commission, we are able to produce a register that is credible to ensure free and fair election. It is also important for us to be able to let the public and all stakeholders who are involved in the production of the register to understand the various processes that we undertake to ensure that the register is clean, credible, and will ensure that there's a transparent election come December 2024. And therefore, my we also elucidate the problems that we have in the register that requires that it be fixed. So my agenda of the presentation this morning is to review the various Electoral Commission's processes, from the National Democratic Congress.
So in between them, we've got transfer of voters, we've got registration for special voting, we've got proxy voting registration, all that leading to an exhibition. And after the exhibition, we have the BRLC sitting, the BRRO sitting, and then finally we get to the final voter register. It is also important to realize that extensive work has been done during the exhibition period with collaboration with voters themselves who have gone to the various exhibition centers to explain their issues, as well as active participation . Start by going to the registration center. He appears before your registration officer, and the registration officer will go through the process of checking for the eligibility of the person, whether he's a Ghanaian, is above the age of 18, is of sound mind. And then if he meets all that criteria, he's allowed to fill a Form 1A. Once the Form 1A is completed, he then goes to have his biometric structure. You will recollect that in 2020, the registration that was done was largely an offline registration, mass registration. And so we took your details and then subsequently moved the details to our data center for processing. It's important to notice this difference because now in 2024, and indeed even in 2023, we changed that mode of registration. We now included the online registration that allows for us to be able to immediately check when somebody is registering whether they have already registered before. The importance of this step is that it prevents the long process of deduplication. Deduplication is the process where we go through our entire database and try and remove duplicates from the system. And it is a laborious, long, drawn process. Our ability to do the online registration now means that at the time that the person presents to the registration officer, we are able to check to be sure whether he's in the database or not. If it's already in the database, registration does not proceed, and the person goes away. If it's not in there, then we get the registration. Having said that, for the 2024 season, we did have some offline registration, and these were registrations to places that were difficult to reach, difficult to access, riverine areas where we didn't even have communication to be able to do the online registration. But it was very minimal. Majority of the registrations that were done for the 2024 season was done through the online registration. So once that is done, an applicant might either be challenged here. Now, if you are challenged, your voter ID card should be taken, and you are given a time to appear at the BRRC to justify why you should be included onto the register. If there's no challenge, if there's no issues, you are then allowed to take your card away, and then your registration completes here. So that's the registration process. And it is important for us to understand that we have two modes, the online and the offline. And when we come to the discussion on the missing voters that are reported as being missing, we will realize why the offline registration results in that. Now, this is a slide that we've had since 2020, and it describes our registration process and the various centers that are involved. So we have a registration center, we've got the district offices, and then we've got a data center where we've got our automatic biometric identification system that does all the deduplication to ensure that we have just unique individuals within our voter register. And that is what ensures the one man, one vote. Okay. Now, this is the old system, or the earlier system that we had. That part was offline. So we have files that needed to be exported from the machine and sent to the district offices, and from the district offices to the data center. As you can see, it's a combination of human resources in IT, and therefore there's always the likelihood that they make errors along the chain. So for instance, the EVR kit gets damaged and we will not be able to retrieve all the data that is in the kit. And that might result in certain voters register, certain voters details not being available in the main database. They may have a valid voter card, they may have a valid for 1 day and 4 months, but because the data got lost in transit, it may not show up in the main register. And therefore, we classify those individuals or applicants as missing voters, and there are mechanisms in place to ensure that they are included into the final register. Once all this is done, as I've said, we have the deduplication process. The deduplication process now is only for offline registration. We don't do deduplication for online registration because right at the registration stage, we are able to search for you using all your 10 fingers where available in the face and make sure that you are not on the register. Right. Now, as I've said, the deduplication process, it takes all 10 fingerprints of an applicant and the face and compares it to all 10 fingerprints and applicants of all the 18 million records plus that we currently have in our register. And like I said, it is resource intensive, it takes time, and it is better that we move or strive to move towards online registration that significantly cuts down the time that is required. So if ADIS is able to identify and move you
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation
2007. Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Meet Kofi Aponso, a deaf blacksmith who is so talented at what he does. Now, as a lot of people come to him, how is he able to communicate to the people to understand? Even when it comes to pricing, how is he able to do that for the people to understand what exactly he means? As the world celebrates International Sign Language Day, we are here to find out how he is able to leverage sign language to be able to do his business to the understanding of the general public who come to him for the work. In a small workshop in the heart of Takwa, the sound of hammering metals fill the air as Kofi Aponso, a deaf blacksmith, meticulously shapes tools and repairs equipment. For the past 30 years, Kofi has dedicated himself to his craft, proving that disability is no barrier to mastering a trade. Growing up, his hearing siblings could easily engage with the world around them, but for Kofi, communication was a daily struggle because he was the only child born deaf among his parents' 6 children.
So our firstborn was actually a hearing. He was a male, and then same to the second person. And then the third born was also a hearing. The fourth born being a girl was also a hearing. And then the fifth, the same thing, a girl and a hearing. But I was the only one born deaf. Yeah, so what happened was that since then life has been very challenging, and then we are only left with 2 at the moment. But regarding the hearing and then the deaf side, I'm the only one being a deaf.
Speaking through a sign language interpreter, Kofi Eponsu told me that he came to Takwa with his mother from Accra and he decided to stay there in order to make ends meet. Kofi sees his job as a gift from God because he didn't learn it from anyone, neither did he go to school to learn it.
So I'm actually an illiterate, and that I learned this profession myself. Due to my illiteracy, I was thinking about what to do, especially on the issue of employment. So my mother brought me to Takwa, and then a lot of my family members didn't know that I was around. And I personally didn't know the living conditions in Takwa here. So my mother left to Accra and then bought new tools back to Takwa. And then I started mounting the structure. I continuously prayed to God. And then gradually, so we have some tools or some items that I used in cars, and they were the things that I began with. So I actually learned this profession myself. It has always been my dream. And then even sometimes I dream about repairing of tools. And that I became consistent and I concentrated on it. So actually learning of this profession was done by myself. Sometimes tools that are spoiled, I welcome people to bring them on board. And as a result, I tried perfecting myself with that.
However, his journey has not been without its challenges, especially when it comes to communicating with his clients. While he quickly learned the art of blacksmithing, interactions with clients became a persistent challenge. Despite his remarkable skills, Kofi's clients' inability to understand the sign language, which is the language he understands, often forces him to rely on others for assistance.
Now when the person comes and then speaks, I may not hear. But depending on the tool the person brings and then the gestures being made, I would understand. If it's difficult, I would call in another hearing friend to actually listen and then explain it in such a way that I would understand. Once that is done, I communicate the price of the work to be done. That is the workmanship. If the person speaks in such a way that I don't understand, I quickly rush to beg someone to actually speak on my behalf. The person speaks to him, and then he explains to me, and that settles the issue. I actually have 2 hearing people that normally assist me. And in case one is traveled or one is not around, I call the other person to come in to assist. It actually becomes challenging. For instance, if I don't have any other person, these 2 people not available, I will have to rely on another person who is around that I can explain things such that I will understand. But the person speaking and me being a deaf is very challenging. When the person comes and is speaking, I let the person know right from the scratch that I'm a deaf, and that the person should be patient as I call in another person to come assist me.
This dependency, however, extends beyond basic communication. Negotiating prices for his services poses another significant hurdle. While our conversation was ongoing, a client came in with his business. Kofi has resorted to writing on paper to communicate the prices, but even this method has its drawbacks. He struggled to write the price correctly. He wanted to write 2,800 cedis, but ended up writing 20,800 cedis. But for the interpreter who accompanied me to conduct the interview, who was around to serve as a mediator, Kofi might have lost the business, or the client would have had to wait for Kofi to go and look for another person to help both parties understand themselves.
Oh, those.
that's not going on. I'm moving to Jamaica. Jamaica. What's that band? Where the Mamma Bufu? Mata.
Nonetheless, Kofi has a remarkable way of striking a deal with his clients, thanks to his honesty and the quality of his work. His reputation has earned him the trust of many, and even with the occasional misunderstandings, customers leave satisfied. He said his customers come from every part of Takwa and Swayam and the Prisiahuni Valley municipalities with their works, because he is the best at blacksmithing.
I actually have a lot of people coming around from diverse places. Some from Aboso here in Takwa, some from Swayam, some from Bogoso, a whole lot of areas. They all bring their work to my place, and I'm the only person over here. I'm the only expert, because there are a lot of tools that I have, and a lot of people do not have that. They don't really have all those tools. And I'm the only person that makes a perfect work whenever they come around. I don't like deceit. I'm always honest with my work. Yes, a lot of them. Motorcycles, a lot of people have been coming. I sometimes even have white people coming around. Yeah, and then they even sometimes come to video whatever work that I'm doing. They video everything. Sometimes they even gift me, and they gift me millions.
According to him, the place he is operating from does not belong to him. Due to this, he is unable to develop the place to befit the work he does. He is therefore appealing to the general public to support him acquire land on which he can build the kind of structure he wants.
This land is actually not mine, but that of my masters. And it's my aim and my goal to actually own my own land in order to build a project or start this project such that it will actually showcase the work that I'm doing over here. I'm actually appealing at the moment that I have sponsors and people that could support me, secure my own plot of land, as well as establish my shop such that it will showcase everything that I'm doing regarding my work.
But for Kofi, the challenges he faces every day go beyond his workshop. He believes that his solution lies in the broader community learning sign language, emphasizing the need for inclusivity.
When hearing people come around, they try to speak, and I have to go beg someone to assist in that regard before I understand. Now that is really a big challenge and a big blow for us. Normally, it begins with gestures. He does his, and I try explaining the cost involved and everything. So we are pleading with the hearing community to actually be serious with the studies of sign language in order to help with our work. Thank you.
As we celebrate International Sign Language Day, Kofi's story is a reminder of the importance of breaking communication barriers between the deaf and the hearing community through the learning of sign language. I have come to Sign Language Empowerment Silanem Academy, an organization which is helping in the training of sign language in basic schools in Ghana, to find out the progress made in the learning of sign language in Ghana so far. According to the Executive Director of Silanem, Richmond Baidu, the government and some organizations are making some interventions toward the learning of sign language.
Okay, so I think the government is doing a lot when it comes to the issue of sign language studies. So for instance, if you go to the nursing and midwifery training colleges, if you go to the teacher training colleges, there is the teaching and learning of sign language in all these institutions. However, there are still some gaps that need to be filled, in the sense that these institutions, some offer them only for a semester. And I believe that this, in my own opinion, isn't going to help. Because once they move to level 200, level 300, everything had been forgotten. So I believe that making it compulsory throughout, from level 100 till they complete, will go a long way to assist, such that once they complete or they graduate, they can be of help to the deaf community. The next thing we can also talk about is in relation to the Ghana National Association of the Deaf, which is NAD. NAD has also introduced a professional sign language training at the University of Cape Coast, UCC, where professionals, those who want to become professionals, also go there to have formal education. However, there are still hitches, in the sense that you can imagine if a person who is a newbie or someone who is now learning or picking it up, it's going to be difficult for such an individual, and hence there should be avenues for new students to actually acquire sign language education. Also, National Association of Sign Language Interpreters Ghana, which is NASLIM, where I serve as a secretary, I believe that they are also doing their best by mobilizing all interpreters within the regions in order to be of help to the deaf community.
Richmond Baidu is advocating for the inclusion of the teaching and learning of sign language in the curriculum in the basic schools for students to learn the sign language, just as French is studied in the basic schools. He noted that his organization has begun introducing sign language in some basic schools. Through this, the organization has been organizing sign language quiz competitions for these schools to test their sign language fluency. Mr. Baidu believes that when the needed support is given to organizations to help in sign language training, the communication gap between the deaf and the hearing communities will be bridged to bring harmony.
B, C, D, E, F, J, H, I, J, okay, F for hot, F for, some of you are reading, some of you are less, okay, let's go this girl, F for.
So we are hereby advocating for the teaching and learning of sign language across all institutions, especially our basic schools. We believe that the introduction of sign language in the basic schools will help take off or unveil certain misconceptions that the society has about deaf individuals. Since these children are the next generation, we believe that even if the persistent issues are difficult to be dealt with, handling these children will help do away with these challenges that we are facing. We are hereby appealing that the government should try its possible best to include sign language as part of the school's curriculum. Just as French has been made compulsory now, we believe that it is possible to as well include sign language as part of the education curriculum in order to foster an inclusive society and also help the deaf community. Therefore, in our own small way, that is my organization, Selanem, that is Sign Language Empowerment, we have introduced a pragmatic adventure by introducing sign language into basic schools in Ghana. We are specifically located in Takwa, but annually we organize a sign language quiz competition by including all basic schools across the country, bringing them on board in order to also assist in the advocacy campaign. We are hereby pleading that the government should extend a supporting hand in the teaching and learning of sign language in the basic schools and across all institutions as well. So research has shown that children who are exposed to the teaching and learning of sign language have their brain developed to about 20 to 40%. This really tells us of the cognitive development on the side of our children if we enforce the teaching and learning of sign language. So I believe that the significance of sign language is not only limited to our deaf community, but will as well be beneficial to the hearing community as well. So we are hereby pleading to all stakeholders to come on board to assist in that regard. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever.
From Takwa in the western region of Ghana, my name is Thomas Tete reporting for GhanaWeb.